This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 100,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a, hey, this is new, so pay attention, 30-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation from listener Andrew, and a book that I myself enjoyed immensely. Assassination Vacation by Sarah Vowell. Part travelogue, part obscure presidential history, Sarah Vowell road trips to the sites of various presidential assassinations. Her distinct voice is distinct, so be aware, but it does feature an all-star cast of cameo voices at no extra charge. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 171, The Gathering Storm. Oh my goodness, the History of Rome tour is so much fun. We don't have firm dates for the next round, but historyofrometour.com. Check it out. It is so much fun. Also, as you may have noticed, a combination of jet lag and conflicting responsibilities have conspired to leave this episode a bit shorter than usual, but we will be back in full effect next week, I promise. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes. It's 447 AD, and Attila the Hun is loose in the Central Empire. The Theodosian walls have managed to hold him off, but unfortunately, almost nothing else was able to say the same thing. Forts, garrisons, cities, armies, all overrun, ransacked, and left dazed and traumatized. But consistent with the standard Hun policy of the last 15 years, Attila was not actually interested in annexing Roman territory, or in trying to conquer the empire per se. As you'll recall, the whole trigger for this lightning campaign had been Constantinople's experiment with not paying the indemnity that they had agreed to, an experiment Attila hoped Constantinople now recognized to be a complete failure. Also consistent with standard Hun policy, Attila took the opportunity to jack up the going rate for keeping the Huns out of the field from 1,400 to 2,100 pounds of gold per year. And, oh yeah, we're going to need that 6,000 pounds of gold you already owe us up front. Left with no other choice, and probably just happy that there was a choice, besides the Huns kicked the crap out of us indefinitely, Theodosius II agreed to the terms. Now, I haven't really talked about this yet, but the Huns' indemnity policy goes a long way towards establishing them as something more advanced than your average snatch-and-grab barbarians. They were not at all interested in killing the goose that laid their golden egg. Sure, sometimes you had to go down and kick the goose around a bit if it tries to stop laying golden eggs, but you don't kill it. You let it live. The Huns were far-sighted enough to recognize that just blasting the Romans out of the water wouldn't be any good for anyone. They had this nice advanced economy that had long established trade networks crisscrossing the Mediterranean and that reached as far afield as India and China. Why mess that up? So as much as they could afford to, they didn't mess it up. They pushed it around some, sure, but it was imperative to leave the Roman economic structure intact, so that every year it could deposit 2,100 pounds of gold on their doorstep. So as much as the Huns have been portrayed as mindless barbarian demons rampaging mindlessly across late antiquity, they strike me as pretty savvy operators. Meanwhile, off in the west, just as Theodosius and the Eastern Empire were agreeing to pay whatever the Huns wanted. Flavius Aetius was in the process of imposing his own terms on another branch of wayward Franks. Though the peripheral provinces of the west were slipping away, the central imperial authority was determined to hold on to the core provinces in Italy, Gaul, and Spain. So in 448, Aetius was in northwest Gaul once again, this time battling and defeating an independent-minded Frankish king named Clodio. This battle with the Franks is, in and of itself, not particularly important, but for those of you interested in long-discredited conspiracy theories that get plagiarized by hack writers and turned into inexplicable bestsellers, you'll be happy to know that Clodio is on the short list of candidates for the title Founder of the Merovingian Dynasty. According to official legend, it was Clodio's successor and possible son, Merovech, who founded the dynasty and gave it its name. But since Merovech is a semi-mythical figure whose actual existence is disputed, some scholars point to Clodio as the real founder of the dynasty. Which means that he, married the descendants of Jesus and Mary Magdalene or something. I don't really know, it's been a long time since I read Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Anyway, Aetius defeated Clodio and dragged one of the Frankish king's sons down to Milan to act as a hostage and keep the nascent Merovingians in check. Or maybe to keep the power of Jesus' bloodline for himself. Or something. The other reason the battle against Clodio is important is that it marks the first appearance of two men who will shortly move to the forefront of our story, both of whom likely fought under Aetius in the battle. Julius Valerius Majorianus, who would, through a series of twists and turns, become emperor of the Western Empire in late 457, and Flavius Ricimer, the German general who would follow in the footsteps of Stilicho and Aetius, place his old friend Majorian on the throne at the beginning of a 16-year run as de facto ruler of the Western Empire. Majorian, born in the 420s, was the grandson of one of Theodosius I's top generals, and was just at the point of his career where people were beginning to take notice. At the battle against Clodio, he rode at the head of a cavalry detachment that seized control of a critical bridge, helping to secure victory early in the fight. He was young enough, capable enough, and prominent enough that Valentinian III seriously considered marrying his youngest daughter Placidia to Majorian in the early 450s. But Aetius, determined that his own son should marry Placidia, undermined his subordinate at court, and then expelled Majorian from the army. Majorian would remain in exile until Aetius's death in 454, whereupon he and Ricimer would come crashing back into the picture in the chaotic aftermath of Aetius's assassination. Ricimer, on the other hand, was much older, probably born around 405. He was a noble Goth related to the royal family by way of his mother, who was either the late King Wallia's daughter or sister, depending on which source you read. His date of birth means that he was likely born in Illyria during the period of tension, then partnership, and then tension again between Alaric and Stilicho. It also means that as he grew up, he was present for every step of the great and terrible Goth migration, into Italy, out of Italy, down to sack Rome, up to Gaul to defeat Jovinus, trapped in Spain, allowed to settle in Aquitaine, the works. Though he was just a boy, Ricimer witnessed firsthand what it meant to be a major player in the cunning and dangerous world of war and politics, and he appears to have learned his lessons well. When it came time for him to make his own bid for power in the mid-450s, he neither flinched nor slipped. We will have much, much more to say about Ricimer as we move forward, the man legendary Cambridge historian J.B. Barrie called the first German king of Italy, the link between Stilicho and Odoacer. 449 AD, the year after Theodosius' settlement with Attila and Aetius' victory over Clodio, was the calm before the storm. However, the storm that would break in 450-451 was not the one that an objective observer likely would have predicted. Thus far, Attila's attention had been focused entirely on the Eastern Empire. Neither he nor his predecessors had shown much interest in moving west, and you would think that any temptation Attila might have had to go poke that golden goose would have been tempered by two facts. First, that at this point the Western Empire was neither as rich nor as stable as the Eastern Empire. It was clearly the inferior imperial twin. And second, he was on excellent terms with Aetius, the ruler of that inferior twin. Far from viewing the Western Empire as a potential adversary, Attila almost certainly considered the Western Empire to be a stable ally. And absolutely nothing about Aetius's conduct indicated that the Hun king should think any different. So you take those two basic points, and you add them to the fact that in mid-449 the imperial chamberlain of the Eastern Empire made a ham-fisted attempt to assassinate Attila with, like, exploding cigars or something, you would think that the crisis that began in 450 would have been a second invasion of the East by Attila. But it wasn't, was it? Attila's decision to invade the West, rather than put another boot to the throat of the East, is quadruply hard to wrap your head around because of a massively destabilizing horseback ride that took place in July of 450. While out on a ride, Theodosius II fell from his horse, broke his neck, and died. He was 49 years old and had ruled the East for a kind of astounding 42 years. Just as suddenly as you please, the Eastern Empire had no emperor, which is exactly the sort of thing you'd think a ticked-off and opportunistic-minded Attila might want to take advantage of. But he never did. Theodosius II had just one living daughter, Licinia Eudoxia, and she had gone west to Milan after marrying Valentinian III. Thus far, Valentinian Eudoxia had two children of their own, both girls, 11-year-old Eudoxia and 7 to 9-year-old Placidia. This meant that the next ruler of the Eastern Empire was going to have to be chosen, a moment always fraught with extreme danger, and a moment the East had not dealt with in almost 60 years. This particular moment was even more dangerous, because while neither of Theodosius's granddaughters were married, Eudoxia had been betrothed in the mid-440s to, wait for it, Huneric, the son of the Vandal king Genseric. This engagement had been a political arrangement to help ease tensions between the Vandals and Romans, but right now it suddenly meant that Huneric might be in line for the throne of Constantinople. Luckily, the wedding had not taken place yet. Eudoxia's younger sister Placidia was too young for anyone to have settled on a future husband for her yet, although, as I just mentioned, Aetius was likely angling from the start for his own son to get the nod. So where did that leave the Eastern Empire? Who was going to step up, and how were they going to be legitimized? The answer finally came from the late Theodosius's powerful sister Aelia Pulcheria. Though she was no longer the all-powerful figure she had been early in her brother's reign, Pulcheria had lost none of her brains or backbone, and she had remained an influential force in Eastern politics. When Theodosius died, Pulcheria immediately stepped into the power vacuum and began issuing orders as the official sovereign of the empire, sort of the same way she had stepped in as a 15-year-old girl back in 412 and declared herself regent over her younger brother Theodosius. For about a month, the single and loving-it Pulcheria acted as ruler of the East, until the Senate in Constantinople finally broke under the weight of their own incredulity. Things cannot go on like this. The Augusta has to find a husband. we'll ratify whoever you choose and make him emperor, but seriously, please, we cannot handle the embarrassment of being ruled by a woman. I'm sorry, we wish it didn't have to be like this, but we're a patriarchal society full of unrepentant misogynists, so please, please, find a husband. So Pulcheria plucked someone close at hand who wouldn't cause her too much trouble. Captain of the household guard, Flavius Marcianus. Marcian had been born in Illyria around 392, and had risen up the ranks through the bureaucratic wing of the imperial governing apparatus rather than the military wing. But that did not mean he was completely inexperienced with the art of war, or disdained by the Eastern generals. Indeed, his main sponsor for Pulcheria's hand in marriage was the general Aspar, who had led the campaign in North Africa that had led to the first settlement between the Vandals and Rome back in 435. According to legend, Marcian had been on that campaign, and had actually been captured by the Vandals. Brought before Genseric, the Vandal king had a premonition that Marcian would one day rule the Eastern Empire, and so the king released the young officer on the promise that he would never again make war on the Vandals. A story that I'm sure is 100% accurate and not at all contrived after-the-fact propaganda. Another story that I'm sure is 100% accurate and not at all contrived after-the-fact propaganda is the one about a dying Theodosius with his last breath naming Marcian to be his heir. And if you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. Marcian was crowned in August of 450, and making sure that no one missed the point, Aelia Pulcheria was the one who placed the diadem on Marcian's head. Point taken, Your Highness. So we're going to leave it there for this week. But next week, another arranged imperial marriage, this one between Valentinian III's sister Honoria and a bland and upstanding Roman senator named Bossus Herculanus, would suddenly lead to one of the greatest crises in the history of the Roman Empire, the Hun invasion of the West. How are these two events linked? Well, if an imperial princess who doesn't want to marry a bland and upstanding Roman senator sends you a plea for help and includes in the package a ring, aren't you going to take that as a marriage proposal? Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 172, Showdown. So last week, we left off in 450 AD with two imperial marriages. The first, in the east, between Flavius Marcianus and Aelia Pulcheria, that saw the man we call Marcian elevated to the rank of Augustus. The second, in the west, was between Honoria and the senator Bossus Herculanus, which saw the Western Empire brought to the brink of ruin. But just to the brink of ruin. As we will see today, whatever criticisms and judgments you want to lob at Aetius for being a conniving backstabber, or for letting North Africa slip away and hardly lifting a finger, they must be offset at a minimum by his handling of the invasion of Attila the Hun. Aetius, of course, had many positive qualities that already offset those negatives, but even if he didn't, I think the way he managed to hold the line against Attila is enough to balance any scale. Aetius was at his best when the chips were down, and he would be at his absolute best in 451 when it came time to face Attila in battle. The Western Empire was falling, but not yet. Aetius is a big reason why. So as I alluded at the end of the last episode, in 450 AD, the court of Valentinian III had a problem. namely, the emperor's older sister, Honoria. Unlike the imperial ladies of the court in Constantinople, who had all taken vows of chastity, a vow, by the way, that Marcian had been forced to respect when he married Aelia Pulcheria, Honoria wanted a bit more out of life. She thus gained a reputation for herself, not unlike the reputation gained once upon a time by the Julias, elder and younger. Honoria managed to remain unmarried for quite a while, but finally her scandals mounted up, and her mother, Galla Placidia, prepared to marry her off to the aforementioned Herculanus, whose sole redeeming quality was an utter lack of ambition. After all, whoever married the sister of the emperor stood a fairly decent chance of becoming emperor himself one day. Just look at Marcian. But Herculanus was dull and predictable, qualities prized by Galla Placidia and despised by Honoria. So, the story goes, in a dramatic fit, she sent a messenger to find the great Attila the Hun and ask him for help. And closed with her note begging to be rescued from the prospect of a boring life with a boring man was one of Honoria's rings, which she perhaps meant to be no more than proof that the note was indeed from the emperor's sister, but which Attila took to be a wedding proposal. At least, that's the way the story goes. Now, whether Attila genuinely misunderstood the message, or intentionally misunderstood the message, is open for debate. Whichever it was, Attila responded by declaring himself ready to marry Honoria, and demanding, let's say, half the Western Empire as a dowry, which was, of course, completely insane. When the imperial court scoffed at this demand, Attila began to prepare an invasion, which was, of course, also completely insane. Why would he mobilize his entire army just to come to the aid of some spoiled princess he had never met? And that's when we start to notice that the farther along we get, the less plausible the "I am coming to rescue the princess" story gets. Especially since, as those of you who are reading ahead know, Attila doesn't invade Italy after receiving the note from Honoria. No, he skirts the Alps and invades Gaul. Honoria's plea may have made for a convenient pretext, but clearly it wasn't anything more than a pretext. His demand for half the empire as a dowry was only serious in that the inevitable Roman rejection of the offer gave him a further pretext. I mean, hey, I've just been insulted, I have to go teach these swine a lesson. You know, that sort of thing. So what gives? Why was Attila suddenly of the mind to invade the West? As we discussed last week, the West was both poorer in wealth and friendlier to the Huns in disposition. The answer likely lies, first of all, in that general drive to expand that seems to grip any great power. Once you think you're invincible, it follows that the world should be yours. Rich, poor, friend, foe, all should bow before you. So it was expansion, for expansion's sake, the manifest destiny of irresistible power. Second was a political hole that had just opened up in Gaul at that moment. The Frankish king Clodio, the one who had been beaten by Aetius a couple years before, keeled over dead in 450, and the question of succession to the Frankish throne was suddenly opened up. Aetius and the Romans backed Clodio's younger son, the one Aetius had taken hostage, and the one Aetius had then subsequently adopted as his own son, following Clodio's death. Attila, on the other hand, backed Clodio's elder son to fill the vacancy, obviously hoping to peel the Franks away from the Romans and draw them into the Hun hegemony. For the first time, ever really, Aetius and Attila were on opposing sides of an issue. Aetius wanted his new adopted son in power to ensure that the Franks remained staunch Roman allies, and Attila was prepared to back with arms the claim of the elder son, who was promising to look east to the Huns rather than south to the Romans. Neither Aetius nor Attila would back down. But the question of Frankish succession was not the only political front Attila was working in the West. He was apparently running some kind of multi-pronged offensive to split everyone from everyone else, probably hoping to create enough chaos that he could just waltz into Gaul unopposed. He sent envoys to Aetius asking for an alliance, because, he announced, he was planning to attack the Goths in Aquitaine, who, after all, have been nothing but a thorn in your side for years. Who would you rather team up with, some untrustworthy Goths squatting on your land, or the mighty Huns, who have always been there when you needed us? But at the same time, Attila was sending envoys to the Goths, essentially making the same argument in reverse. Hey, let's team up and drive the Romans out of Gaul once and for all. You don't like them any more than we do, and together we can be rid of them. Meanwhile, he was sending a mix of threats and overtures to the Franks, trying to leverage them into the Hun camp. Though this all seems very confusing, and it makes it very difficult to discern Attila's true motives, I think the strategy could not be clearer. Sow discontent amongst the armed forces of the West, so that they are unable to form a coalition against the advancing Huns. And in early 451, the Huns began to advance. Aetius, currently down in Italy, recognized the need for a coalition as clearly as Attila recognized the need to prevent one from forming. The bottom line was that if the armed peoples of Gaul did not band together to face this mutual enemy, they were all going to be destroyed. So with Attila sending out his contradictory envoys to everyone, Aetius sent out envoys of his own that simply said, "Don't be stupid, the Romans are not your enemy. The Huns are all our enemy." But with a mix of mixed messages floating around, it was hard to know who was really your friend, who was really your foe, and who was strong enough to make it all irrelevant, and so shouldn't we just join that side and hope for the best deal when the fighting stops? Unfortunately for everyone in Gaul, the seeds of discord sown by Attila were in full bloom by the spring of 451, when the Huns crossed the Rhine River. Source material for the subsequent campaign is sketchy at best, so it's difficult to discern exactly what Attila did to who and when he did it. Everyone has him entering Roman territory along the Middle Rhine, but then it gets a little muddled. Did the Huns really besiege and sack every major city on their way to Orléans? Mainz, Trier, Cologne, all sacked? Maybe, and I wouldn't put it past them after the work they had done in Moesia and Thrace just a few years before. But like I say, it's not at all clear. We can tentatively place Attila in Metz, in northwest Gaul, on April the 7th, and just so you know, I've thrown some maps up on the website to help you work through all of this. And then supposition and guesswork gets him to Orléans in the middle of June. Sources mention the old imperial capital of Trier being sacked along the way, and an old legend has a detachment of Huns arriving at the gates of Paris, only to be turned back by a devout Christian woman named Genevieve, or, more properly, Geneviève, who led the inhabitants of the city in a sort of prayer marathon. When the Huns then retreated unexpectedly without so much as firing a shot, everyone called it a miracle. And so Genevieve became Saint Genevieve, the patron saint of Paris, or, if you prefer, Geneviève, the patron saint of Paris. Whatever the route and whatever the damage done by the Huns, by mid-June they had arrived at Orléans. Orléans was the home of a considerable garrison of Alans, technically allies of Rome, but who knows at this point, because word on the street is that the king of the Alans has made a side deal with Attila to open the gates to the invaders. When Attila arrived, and the inhabitants of the city learned of the deal, they cried massive foul and shut the gates themselves. I can't find any explanation for how the citizens of Orléans managed to fend off the Alan garrison and keep the gates shut for as long as they did, but apparently they managed to hold out just long enough to prevent the city from being taken. There was a light at the end of the tunnel for the people of Orléans, because after 2 months of preparation and negotiation, Aetius was finally ready to make his move. The forces he had been able to muster from amongst the regular Roman army were not nearly enough for him to take on the Huns all by himself. So as I just said, the general had been working furiously to convince every barbarian nation in Gaul, large and small, to join him in an anti-Hun confederation. Initially, the reception to Aetius's plea was muted at best, but it soon became apparent that as the Goths went, so too would go the rest of the inhabitants of Gaul. Basically, if Aetius could get the Goths to come fight, then everyone else, Franks, Burgundians, Alans, whoever, would join the fun. But convincing the Goths was proving to be no easy task. The Gothic king, as you'll recall, still Theodoric after all these years, was unimpressed with Aetius's army when the general came knocking in the late spring of 451. There were simply not enough Roman soldiers to make a direct assault on the Huns, even with Goth reinforcements, anything but an incredibly risky bet. Theodoric was not blind to the threat posed by the Huns. He just took a hard look at the situation and determined that it would be better for his people to hole up in their own territory, bunch their forces together, and make a stand at a time and place of their own choosing. But Aetius was not going to take no for an answer, so he dispatched the hugely influential Gallo-Roman senator Avitus to talk to Theodoric and bring the king around. Avitus, you'll remember, was the one who had brokered the peace between the Romans and Goths back in 439, and who would, in just a few years, find himself elevated to the rank of Western Emperor, after the death of Valentinian III broke the imperial court wide open. Avitus had a close relationship with Theodoric, and after much cajoling, he was able to drag the Goths out of Aquitaine and into the field under Aetius's banner. With the Goths on board, other barbarian groups broke the Roman way, and by the time Attila arrived at Orleans, Aetius was leading a confederated army to relieve the city and hopefully drive Attila out of the west. Aetius arrived at the besieged city around June 15, just in time to save the beleaguered inhabitants. Attila had breached a portion of the wall and had already established a beachhead within the city when the news came that a massive Roman army was approaching. Unfortunately, we don't really have any idea just how big this army was, nor do we have any real idea how big Attila's army was. And it really doesn't help that all we have to go on are insanely inflated reports like Attila was leading an army 500,000 strong. Most of what I've read puts the opposing side somewhere between 50 and 75,000 men apiece, which sounds much closer to the truth, and which still makes the coming showdown one of the largest battles in late antiquity. The forces arrayed at the Battle of Adrianople, for example, were at most 25 to 30,000 aside, with the minimum thought to be maybe just 15,000 apiece. So, while we are not about to see 1 million men squaring off against each other in battle, we are talking about maybe 100 to 150,000, which is pretty enormous, especially given the age. Caught in the middle of a siege operation, Attila decided to withdraw and regroup, rather than immediately turn to fight Aetius. The Roman Confederation trailed the Huns east for an indeterminate number of days, until Attila landed on a spot he thought would be favorable ground for a battle, the Catalonian fields. Though the site of the battle has never been firmly identified, it was somewhere in the Champagne-Ardenne region. The two armies lined up in late June and proceeded to launch a full-scale assault on one another, with no quarter asked or given. The details of the battle are just as confusing about every other detail of the Hun invasion of 451. Our principal source for all this is a 6th century Byzantine historian named Jordanus, who was, by his own admission, summarizing the work of an earlier 6th century Italian historian named Cassiodorus. So, no one anywhere near the actual battle itself. Jordanus says that, quote, "The battlefield was a plain rising by a sharp slope, which both armies sought to gain. The Huns with their forces seized the right side, the Romans, Visigoths, and their allies on the left. The battle line of the Huns was so arranged that Attila and his bravest followers were in the center. He then goes on to describe how this ridgeline became the center of the fighting. Except, I'm kind of having a hard time picturing it. Was the ridgeline in between the two armies, running parallel to their front lines, or was it off to one side, running perpendicular, so that only a wing of each side was involved in the fighting to take the high ground? And frankly, left and right of what? Can a brother get some cardinal points? If anyone can help straighten this out for me, it would be very much appreciated. I've got another map up that looks like the elusive ridgeline was off to one side, but I don't really know, and frankly, I'm not sure Jordanus does either. Anyway, the story then goes that the Roman Goth forces reached the high ground first, and managed to repel all Hun attempts to take it. The Goths, who were working on the right, then managed to break through and send the Hun left into an unexpected retreat. As great as this punch-through was, though, it came at a heavy price to the Goths, as Theodoric was killed in the midst of the final push. But the loss of the king was a small price to pay. The Huns had tasted defeat and were now on the run. The Roman, Goth, et al. Confederation had beaten the invincible Huns. But while this victory was sweet, it was not decisive. The Huns had pulled back, but they were not broken. Sure, Attila was pretty despondent that night in the fortified Hun camp, going so far as to begin construction of his own funeral pyre out of shame, until his captains pointed out that the Hun army was still mostly intact, their losses manageable, and the Romans only marginally better off. The Battle of the Catalonian Fields was a setback, but it wasn't the end of anything. So buck up, Attila. There you go. Why don't you have some nice blood wine? We have some 2309, best in the Empire. Attila was fully recovered by the next day, and as his captains promised, the defeat was merely a setback. But that said, the aura of Hun invincibility had definitely been shattered, both among the Romans and the Huns themselves. For the next few days, the two armies stared each other down and waited for the other to make a move. Finally, Attila decided that it just wasn't worth it. His supply lines were drawn out like crazy. Feeding his people was a major concern, and with Aetius riding high and breathing down his neck, the Huns weren't going to be able to scatter and forage the way they needed to keep up the campaign. So Attila began a slow retreat out of Gaul. As soon as the Huns began to move east, the ties that had bound Aetius's confederation began to fray. The Goths were now -1 king, and Theodoric's son Thorismund asked Aetius if his people could return to their homes and settle the question of succession. Aetius was of course nervous about such a huge chunk of his army breaking off, but I've also seen it hinted that he actively encouraged Thorismund to head home, because that way Aetius wouldn't have to share the extensive spoils captured from the Huns. Though the Roman army was now far weaker, the Huns made no move to retake the offensive, and for his part, Aetius was not crazy enough to make any move that might rile up the Huns as long as they kept moving east. The retreat was not a pretty one for the people inhabiting the lands Attila passed through, but there was little Aetius could do about that. And even if he could have, he might still have been fine with the Huns blowing off some steam. After all, he had to keep his eye on the ball. The Huns were leaving. Don't screw that up. Because if you had presented this scenario to Aetius just a month before, that is, the Huns retreating and the Roman army still in one piece, he likely would have scoffed at your pie-in-the-sky fantasizing. So though it was a slow and destructive retreat the Huns were engaged in, it was a retreat, and Aetius wasn't going to risk the big-picture victory by trying to hurry Attila along. I don't know how long the withdrawal ultimately took, but I imagine the Huns were back across the Rhine by early fall, and back on the Hungarian plain by winter. I also imagine Attila spent that winter brooding and brooding and brooding. By the spring of 452, Attila had pretty well worked himself up into a vengeful fury, and was more than ready to go show the West just how not defeated the Huns really were. But this time, rather than swinging into Gaul, Attila drove straight for the heart of the Western Empire. The Huns crossed the Alps and poured unchecked into the Po Valley, ready for some serious ravaging. The first city they hit, of course, was Aquileia, which had so often repulsed the would-be ravagers of Italy. But as we've discussed, the Huns are different. The fortifications of Aquileia were crushed, and the Huns broke into the city in short order. Not content with simply sacking Aquileia, the Huns proceeded to smash and smash and burn and smash until the city was reduced to its foundations. Really, to the point where the great fortified city was a practically unrecognizable pile of rubble. Though another city named Aquileia would eventually grow up on the site of the old city, for all intents and purposes, the Aquileia we've been talking about for the last few hundred years, as the focal point of so many invasions and defenses of Italy, is gone. An interesting upshot of this destruction, though, was that the inhabitants of the city fled into the marshes of the coastline, leading some scholars to reckon that a good chunk of them wound up forming a community on some islands in a lagoon, establishing the core of the modern city of Venice. The destruction of Aquileia sent shockwaves through the empire, and put the fear of God into Valentinian III. Suddenly, the swamp surrounding Ravenna no longer seemed so impenetrable. So the emperor and his court packed their bags as quickly as they could and fled south to Rome. The Aurelian walls were still a thing to behold. Maybe they would prove to be as effective as the Theodosian walls had been at protecting Constantinople. Valentinian could only hope and pray, because it didn't look like there was much else that was going to stop the Huns. With Attila on the loose in Italy, Aetius was unable to raise the same sort of sense of camaraderie with the barbarian nations of Gaul as he had been able to the year before when their homes were directly threatened. And so, all he had at his disposal this time were the ultimately inadequate regular Roman forces. Next week, Aetius will do his best to harass the Huns, as Attila marched from one conquest to the next in northern Italy. But though he was reduced to essentially waging a guerrilla campaign against Attila's supply lines, Aetius proved himself no less capable than when he was leading mighty armies in set-piece battles. And though it was almost certainly a combination of supply issues, disease, and bribery that finally led to Attila's withdrawal from Italy, I would hate to draw the ire of the Catholic High Command by not pointing most especially to the embassy of Pope Leo the Great, who single-handedly convinced the Huns to spare Rome and withdraw from the peninsula. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 100,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 30-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to go back to basics and re-recommend the classics, just in case anyone is still holding out. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, It's only like 120 hours long. That's nothing. So just go get it. And remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 173, The Broken Bow. After laying waste to Aquileia in the spring of 452, Attila and the Huns moved west across northern Italy, sacking every settlement they passed along the way. Though the imperial capital had moved to Ravenna 40 years earlier, the city of Milan remained the richest, largest, and most powerful city in the region, and that's exactly where Attila was headed. Aetius, and what forces he was able to muster, gamely tried to harass, hinder, and trip up the Hun advance, but there was only so much they could do. Though they made Attila's life difficult, and in time the constant harassment would wear the Huns down, but it was not enough to stop the Huns from reaching Milan. The former capital's defenses were impressive, but once again insufficient to hold off Attila. The only feather in the city's cap was that it held out long enough for the siege to become called a protracted siege. But in due time the Huns once again prevailed, and Milan was sacked. Down in Rome, Valentinian and his exiled court could do little more than tremble behind the Aurelian walls. It was clear that no army or wall was going to stop Attila's inevitable march on Rome. So, maybe it was time for some good old-fashioned high diplomacy. It was worth a shot. It's not like they had anything to lose. So a deputation of a few distinguished senators was sent north, famously led by the Bishop of Rome, Leo I. The diplomatic mission traveled north, crossed the Po River, and located the Hun camp. What happened next is the stuff of legend. Attila met with Leo, heard what he had to say, and then, amazing, wondrous miracle of miracles, decided to withdraw from Italy. This immediately became a watershed moment in the history of the Catholic Church, and a key step in the process that saw the popes emerge as dominant political figures in the post-imperial West. Now, this is not to take anything away from Leo, or to ignore the guts it must have taken to walk up to Attila unarmed and ask him to please leave Italy, but it was going to take a lot more than the request of a single priest to move Attila. So what was it? The Huns had just run roughshod over all of northern Italy. Nothing could stop them, so why were they pulling back? If it wasn't the personal diplomacy of Leo, then what was it? A few things immediately come to the surface. First of all, Leo's words were almost certainly backed with a large quantity of gold, which will get anyone interested in listening to what you have to say. Second, as had been the case with the campaign in Gaul, Attila was having trouble feeding his army. The Huns did not have the kind of supply network the Romans enjoyed, and instead lived off the land as they moved from place to place. But in 452, Italy was suffering from a famine. There was just very little food to be had. Third, the Huns were victims of their own success. Sacking city after city had left them laden with treasure, and far less mobile than they had been at the beginning of the year. In other words, they needed to go home and make a deposit. Fourth, according to reports, the new Eastern Emperor Marcian was taking advantage of Attila's absence and launching raids north of the Danube. So just as the campaign in Italy was starting to bog down, reports started coming into the Huns that their families were under attack. And that's not something that you can just ignore. Fifth, and this one was probably the decisive factor, disease had begun to sweep through the Hun camps. The old historians describe it as a divinely ordered blight to punish Attila for his transgressions. But whatever it was quickly thinning the Hun ranks. You add all this up, and you get a Hun king ready to consolidate his gains and mitigate his losses. So before winter set in, Attila withdrew back to his homeland north of the Danube River. He would never return to the west. In early 453, Attila had already decided that as soon as spring arrived, he was going to turn his attention back to the east. While the Huns had been occupied in the west, Constantinople had decided to make another play at cutting off the indemnity payments. That, coupled with Marcian's attacks during 452, equaled a guaranteed Hun invasion of the east in 453. Maybe this time they could crack those Theodosian walls. But Attila would never get the chance. Marcian was himself preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Attila, when, according to legend, he dreamed that he saw Attila's bow broken at his feet. Less than a week later, messengers arrived with the stunning news. Attila the Hun was dead. There is absolutely no reliable account of his death, but two standard versions exist. The first is offered by the contemporaneous Greek historian Priscus, who reports that Attila got blind drunk while celebrating his latest marriage and then choked to death in his sleep. The other, more scandalous account is that he was actually murdered by his new bride on their wedding night. An even more scandalous account is that Attila was assassinated at the order of Marcian, who obviously wanted no part of facing Attila in the field. However he died, Attila the Hun, the so-called Scourge of God, was dead, and the Roman world slept a little easier. With the sword of Damocles no longer hanging directly over their heads, the imperial courts of East and West were able to step out into the light, survey the damage Attila had wrought, and maybe entertain the idea of planning for the future again, rather than simply trying to react to the present. But though no one could have known it, Attila's would not be the only momentous death to hit the empire in the early 450s. In just a few short years, the men and women who had led Rome for the last generation would all be gone, replaced by a new slate of leaders, who, for better or for worse, would lead Rome for the next generation. Now, I already accidentally blew by the first momentous death of the early 450s, because I got a little too caught up in Attila's invasion of Gaul. But in October of 450, just a few months after arranging the fateful marriage between her daughter Honoria and boring old Senator Herculanus, the great matron of the West, Galla Placidia, died. Given how long she was a central figure in Western politics, she first rose to prominence back when she was kidnapped by Alaric during the first sack of Rome, which was 40 years ago? It is kind of shocking to think that Placidia was just 58 years old when she died. Not a young woman by any means, but certainly not some ancient relic. She had been the wife of a Gothic king, and given birth to a boy who might have led the Goths and Romans into becoming a single people. She was the daughter of an emperor, the brother of an emperor, the wife of an emperor, and the mother of an emperor. Intelligent and self-confident, she herself has served as regent of the West for some 14 years. And though the ascension of her rival Aetius had curtailed some of her influence, Galla Placidia remained a towering figure until the moment of her death in late 450. A remarkable woman, to be sure. 3 years later, the next great imperial death hit, as Placidia's counterpart in the east, Aelia Pulcheria, died at the age of 55. When you get right down to it, these two women, Placidia and Pulcheria, perhaps define the first half of the 5th century better than any emperor, king, or general. Pulcheria, daughter, sister, and wife of successive emperors, had strode boldly onto the stage of world history at the tender age of 14, asserting her authority over the Eastern Empire, challenging and then besting God knows how many ministers and generals who were getting ready to have their way with the underage Theodosius II. Though we didn't get too much into it, as an utterly devout Orthodox Christian, Pulcheria was responsible for building up entire quarters of Constantinople dedicated to housing and servicing the poor. Though, her religious devotion also led her to promote far less laudatory persecutions of pagans and Jews. For 40 years, Pulcheria stood at the center of the imperial court of Constantinople, acting as a rock of continuity as the ministers and generals of the East came and went. And in her last great act, she stepped into the power vacuum that opened when her brother died in 450, keeping the East from slipping into civil war. A book detailing the parallel lives and times of Galla Placidia and Aelia Pulcheria would make for great reading, if anyone feels like knocking one out for us. The deaths of Placidia and Pulcheria were acutely felt, but the bony finger of death was just getting warmed up. As I mentioned 2 episodes back, the question of who was going to marry Valentinian III's youngest daughter was fast becoming a hot topic in the court of the West. The rising officer Majorian had been put forward, but, as you'll recall, Aetius had stepped in and exiled Majorian before the young man's nomination could get off the ground. Clearly, Aetius wanted no one to stand in the way of his own son, Gaudentius, and it appears that in 453 the general got his way. Valentinian agreed to an engagement between Gaudentius and Placidia the Younger. But though the engagement put Aetius tantalizingly close to becoming patriarch of the next imperial dynasty, it also likely sowed the seeds of his own destruction. Valentinian had spent his entire life under the thumb of the powerful Aetius, and the betrothal of his daughter to the general's son very likely put a simple thought into Valentinian's head. I wonder how long it will be before Aetius kills me and declares his own son emperor. Will it be on the night of the wedding itself, or will he wait a few days? And if Valentinian didn't actually come up with this thought himself, 2 members of the imperial court almost certainly conspired to put it there: the imperial chamberlain Heraclius and the wealthy senator Petronius Maximus. Now, as imperial chamberlain, Heraclius needed no specific motivation. Imperial chamberlains are apparently a uniformly sneaky and conspiratorial lot. But Maximus is a different story. A longtime Aetian loyalist, he apparently turned on his patron as a part of a larger project to take revenge on Valentinian. Revenge he knew would be impossible as long as Aetius stood in his way. According to a convoluted story related by 7th century historian John of Antioch, Valentinian had won one of Maximus's family rings in a bet, then used that ring to lure Maximus's wife to court, and then proceeded to rape her. And this is not a pretty story, but it is also one that may have been invented later to give a more emotional explanation for Maximus's actions. Throughout 454, Heraclius and Maximus worked steadily to erode Valentinian's faith in Aetius, and replace that faith with intense fear and distrust. Once they had the now 34-year-old emperor on the hook, they began broaching more intense subjects. Aetius is a threat to you, became shouldn't you get rid of Aetius, became shouldn't someone kill Aetius, became finally shouldn't you kill Aetius. Now there's no way to know whether Valentinian's fear of Aetius was legitimate. That is, whether Aetius would have actively conspired to murder the emperor and elevate his son to the throne, or whether he would have been content to just let nature take its course. But given Aetius's history of ambitious backstabbing, Valentinian's fears were, I think, at least justified. This all led up to one of the most dramatic assassinations in Roman history. In September of 454, Aetius was in Ravenna, briefing the emperor and his ministers on the state of the army's finances, when, after the general turned his back for a moment, the emperor himself pulled out a dagger and stabbed Aetius to death. Valentinian obviously felt that killing the general was necessary, and that this was the only way to get to him. But still, usually, emperors enlist underlings to assassinate their enemies, rather than the other way around. Aetius was 58 years old, and had more or less held the Western Empire together for 21 years. Shortly after the murder, Valentinian was confronted by the bishop Apollinaris, who allegedly said, "I am ignorant, sir, of your motives. I only know that you have acted like a man who cut off his right hand with his left." Which just about sums it up. Aetius may have been treacherous and ambitious, but he was a damned effective general and administrator. Killing him may have been an act of preemptive self-defense, but it certainly didn't do anything to help the disintegrating Western Empire. And ultimately, it didn't do anything to save Valentinian either, because it's not like Aetius didn't have allies who would happily avenge their patron if given the chance. They would be given the chance less than a year later, when it turned out that the conspiratorial marriage between Heraclius and Maximus was a marriage of convenience. They were not allies so much as enemies of the same man, and now that that man lay dead, they divorced almost immediately. Maximus was expecting to succeed Aetius to the position of commander-in-chief of the Western legions. He may have had a deal with Heraclius to that effect, but it's also possible that he was just making assumptions, and we all know how rotten assumptions can be. In the immediate aftermath of Aetius's death, Maximus attempted to step into the dead general's boots, but he found himself blocked by, that's right, Heraclius, who feared a loss of influence if his co-conspirator Maximus was able to grab that much power. So he whispered in Valentinian's ear and killed Maximus's shot at the job, which, as you can imagine, ticked Maximus off something fierce. Here he had gone to all this trouble to get Aetius killed, and he wasn't even going to reap any kind of reward. So, murderous conspirator that he was, Maximus began to murderously conspire with some of Aetius's old confederates to murder the emperor. And this is when the rape story begins to ring a bit hollow. When discussing Aetius's murder, John says that the whole thing was about Maximus avenging his wife. But when it comes time for him to kill the rapist emperor, John merely talks about Maximus's bitterness over having been passed over for promotion. And that just seems like a really weird disconnect. Anyway, keeping his own role in Aetius's death a secret, Maximus enlisted 2 Hunnic bodyguards who had served the late general loyally for years. While visiting Rome in March of 455, Valentinian, accompanied by Heraclius, decided to go out riding and maybe practice some archery. So out went the imperial entourage, which naturally included the 2 Hun bodyguards. As soon as Valentinian dismounted from his horse, the 2 bodyguards charged forward, one targeting Valentinian and the other targeting Heraclius. Both were stabbed to death. Valentinian was 35 years old, and having ascended to the throne at the age of 6, he had technically been emperor of the West for 29 years, though for most of that time real power lay first with Galla Placidia, and then with Flavius Aetius. As had been the case in the East just a few years before, the death of the heirless Valentinian III left a gaping hole in the political hierarchy that the Western Empire had not dealt with in more than half a century, going all the way back to the civil wars that had followed the death of Valentinian II in 392. Remember that? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Petronius Maximus was no dummy, though, and he had timed the assassination to take place in Rome while he was there, so that he could be Johnny on the spot. Because remember, this time there was no imperial sister around to marry some stooge and make him emperor. The wayward Honoria
had been exiled shortly after her wedding proposal to Attila, and then she simply disappears from the historical record. Maximus, banking on the ironclad law that fortune favored the bold, and the fact that he was the only one even remotely prepared for the death of Valentinian, since he, planned it, was the first one to step forward and declare his willingness to rule the Western Empire. But though he was the first, much to Maximus's great annoyance, he was not the only one to step forward. A now wealthy former bodyguard of Aetius's named Maximianus was backed by the old Aetian faction of the imperial court, while the soon-to-be Emperor Majorian, who had returned to favor after the death of Aetius, was being backed by the army. Petronius Maximus had the support of the Senate, though, and with it, the support of the Senate's wealth. He lavishly distributed bribes throughout the upper reaches of the imperial bureaucracy, and in short order found them spontaneously backing his claim to power. And so Maximus became emperor of the Western Empire. To legitimize his claim, he quickly married the emperor's widow, Aelia Eudoxia, which, as I noted when Aetius married Bonifacius's widow, must have been pretty gross for her. The death of Valentinian III marks the end of an era in Roman history, and it's a pretty big era at that. The end of imperial dynasties, at least in the West. For 500 years, we've had the Julio-Claudians, and then the Flavians, and then the Antonines, and then the Severins, and then, well, everything went to hell for a little bit, but eventually we got to the Constantinians, and then the Valentinians, and then the Theodosians. But with the death of Valentinian III, all we're left with now is a random grab bag called the final emperors of the Western Empire. Weak, disjointed, increasingly powerless. A list of names without real authority, or even a real empire to rule, that finally winks out of existence at Romulus Augustulus, whose name brings us full circle back to the founder of the empire and to the founder of Rome itself. Though the exile of the puppet boy emperor was considered an unremarkable afterthought at the time, it soon began to designate the official fall of the Roman Empire in the popular imagination. This designation is, of course, arbitrary and forced. In many ways, the Roman Empire died when Maximinus Thrax overthrew Alexander Severus. In many ways, it died when Diocletian reformed its structure, and then again when Constantine replaced its religion. Then again, in many ways it would not really die until the passing of Justinian, the last of the Latin emperors, and the man who nearly bankrupted the East, trying to reclaim the West. In many ways, it would not die until the Turks blasted a hole in the side of the Theodosian walls in 1453. And then there's Philip K. Dick. He said that the empire never ended. But these two are all artificially imposed divisions, invented by historians to help keep the past manageable. Because without those artificially imposed divisions, every book, every class, and every podcast would have to be called The History of the World, 4.5 billion BC to the present. After all, it really is just the one long narrative, drifting seamlessly from one briefly held form to the next. Which brings me to what I now need to say. The history of Rome will be ending with the exile of Romulus Augustulus, last emperor of the Western Roman Empire. I know that is not what many of you want to hear, and in many ways, it is not what I want to be telling you. But it is what is going to happen. The time is right for me to let it end. To let it end while it is still good and strong, rather than dragging it out until it dies in some obscure corner of the internet, long since abandoned by everyone who once loved it, because it has degenerated into an endless string of weddings and births and contrived romances, like the crappy 14th season of some sitcom you can't believe is still on the air. I would like to be better than that. But more importantly, the time is right because in about 2 months, I don't think I'm going to have the time or the energy to make the show as good as I expect it to be. You see, Mrs. The History of Rome is 7 months pregnant with our first child. And by all accounts, babies pretty much change the whole equation. Sometimes I'll get emails from people that read like, "How do you find the time to produce the podcast? You must not have kids." Which has been true, and is still true right now, but won't be very, very soon. The pacing seems poised to land the show on 476 AD just at the moment when my son is going to be born seems too auspicious a portent to ignore. So, I'm not going to ignore it. We're at 455 AD right now, so we have about 20 years left. It's an action-packed 20 years, so it's not like I'm signing off tomorrow. But the life of the history of Rome can now be measured in weeks. I'm not sure exactly how long it will take to get from here to there, because things always seem to pop up that I want to talk about, but I would reckon that the number of episodes left is now in the single digits, which is a crazy thing to think about. The history of Rome has been my life, day in and day out, for almost 5 years now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do when it's over. Oh wait, that's right. I'm going to have a baby to take care of. I'll thank you all again when the time comes, but I would like to thank you now too, because I really can't thank you enough. Thank you for letting me do the history of Rome. Okay, next week, just to really drive home the depressing point that this is all coming to an end, Rome is going to get sacked again. The aftermath of Valentinian's assassination is going to be a very confusing time for the Western Empire, and attempting to consolidate power, Petronius Maximus is going to piss the Vandals off something fierce, leading them to sack Rome in August of 455. Which, just for the record, is yet another arbitrary point some historians use to designate the official fall of the Roman Empire. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 174, The Sack of Rome, Part 2. Last time, we left off with the assassination of Valentinian III, last of the Theodosians, and the subsequent elevation of Petronius Maximus, first of the so-called Shadow Emperors, those pale imitations who bickered over an ever-shrinking imperial pie in the last days of the Western Empire. Petronius Maximus would get this terminal phase started in fine style by reigning for just 77 days in 455 AD. His major accomplishment? Provoking the Vandals to sack Rome. We are indeed a long way from the golden age of the Antonines. Maximus's problem was that he didn't really have any inherent imperial legitimacy. He had killed the previous emperor and had spread some bribes around, but that was really all he had going for him. So as I mentioned last week, he forced the emperor's widow, Licinia Eudoxia, to marry him. After all, she was not just the wife of the late Western Emperor Valentinian III, she was also the daughter of the late Eastern Emperor Theodosius II. So she was just oozing legitimacy. And marrying her was not only practical, it was kind of necessary given the circumstances. But Maximus was not content to stop there. He wanted to firmly intertwine his own family with the Theodosians and spawn a new dynasty. So Maximus named his son Caesar, and then married the boy to Valentinian and Licinia Eudoxia's eldest daughter, the now 15-year-old Eudoxia the Younger. Except that, if you'll recall,
her hand had already been promised to the Vandal prince Huneric. This wedding had not yet taken place, but neither had it ever been called off. Maximus obviously thought that with Valentinian dead, he could start rearranging dynastic marriages as he saw fit, but, well, King Genseric did not take kindly to the change in plans. After all, he was about to marry his son into the Roman imperial family, and that is not something you just let slip away. So how did Genseric find out that the engagement was cancelled, and that Eudoxia was going to be married off to some usurping senator's son? He was alerted by the mother of the bride and recently widowed Licinia Eudoxia. She knew darn well that Maximus had killed her husband, and so, taking a page from the playbook of her, let's see, what would she be, cousin/sister-in-law Honoria, Licinia Eudoxia wrote a letter to Genseric begging the Vandals to come save her and her family from the brute Maximus. When this letter arrived, Genseric blew his top and mustered an invasion force almost immediately. Whoever this Maximus character was, he was going to rue the day that he had messed with the Vandals. Back in Rome, Maximus was settling comfortably into his new role as emperor, ready to enjoy all the powers and luxuries that came with being the supreme leader of a mighty... What's that you say? The Vandals have set sail from North Africa? Really? Well, that can't be good. Where do you suppose they're headed? Oh, they're headed here. Oh my. Well, better call out the legions. What's that? We really don't have any legions anywhere in the area? Well, what should we do? Panic? Yes, let's do that. Let's panic. Knowing that he had nothing even close to enough troops to fight the Vandals, and that it was almost guaranteed that someone would eventually betray Rome to the barbarians to save their own skin, Maximus told the frightened citizens of the city to just make a run for it. The Vandals are coming. I can't stop them. Best to just literally head for the hills and wait until they're gone. The citizens of Rome took Maximus's advice and began pouring out of the Eternal City. But before they left, they decided that it really wouldn't be right to just let Maximus off the hook for provoking a Vandal invasion like that. There are a couple of different versions of the story, but basically, as the emperor was preparing to make his own escape, he was tracked down by a mob, stoned to death, torn limb from limb, and then had his bits and pieces thrown into the Tiber. He was about 60 years old, and had called himself emperor for 2.5 months. 3 days after Maximus was consumed by this angry mob, the Vandals arrived on the Italian coast and marched on Rome. No one stood in their way. The gates of the city were not even locked. Genseric entered Rome and commenced with a good and proper sacking. Now, there's some controversy about when the sack actually took place, with some sources saying late May, others saying early June, while still others say that it wasn't until August. But the sources generally agree that Maximus did not reign for more than 3 months, that Valentinian III died in March, and that Maximus died before the Vandals arrived. So, I'm not sure where the August date is coming from. But other than that, I don't think that we can be so confident in our sources that we can just definitively say, no, it was on June the 2nd, 455 AD. So when you're asked on the test, when did the Vandals sack Rome? All you need to put is 455. Half credit if you say after the Goths sacked Rome, quarter credit if you say sometime after Constantine, no credit if you ask what a Vandal is, negative credit if you ask what a Rome is. Like the Gothic sack 45 years earlier, the Vandal sack turned out to not be all that we have been led to believe that it was. Yes, the Vandals occupied the city for 2 weeks, and yes, they carted off most of the treasure the Goths had not already carted off, but it was not mindlessly terrorizing and destructive. Archaeologists sifting through the layers of Rome haven't really found anything that points to a widespread, general destruction of the city in the 5th century,
and they actually have ways of determining these sorts of things using, like, science. This conclusion jibes with the stories about Pope Leo I, soon enough to be known as Leo the Great for obvious reasons, convincing Genseric to forego putting Rome to the torch and instead limit himself to simple plundering. Genseric was either swayed by the Pope or was already planning on limiting the scope of his conquest, and so, unlike the Huns at Aquileia, when the Vandals withdrew from Rome 2 weeks later, it still stood. But that did not mean that they did not strip the city bare. Sources mention that not only was all the treasure Titus and Vespasian had brought back from Judea hauled off, but half the roof of the Temple of Jupiter was too. As controlled as the sack was, though, it did not stop the word vandal from entering our lexicon as one who willfully or ignorantly destroys, damages, or defaces property belonging to another or to the public. Since the ancient world is absolutely riddled with Romans and barbarians alike willfully destroying each other's property, it's kind of unfair to saddle the Vandals with this kind of denotative baggage. But on the other hand, I imagine they'd be happier about it than what happened to the poor Goths, a proud nation of noble warriors, whose name now inexplicably means vampire-loving sad sack. When the Vandals withdrew from Rome and sailed back to North Africa, they also took with them the greatest prize of all, and the prize that they had come for in the first place. The Augusta, Licinia Eudoxia, and her 2 daughters, Eudoxia the Younger and Placidia. The 3 imperial women would be held by the Vandals as extremely well-treated prisoners for the next 7 years, and the marriage of Huneric and Eudoxia took place as scheduled. The union produced the future Vandal king Hilderic, who had both Vandal and Theodosian royal blood running through his veins, and who would make for a very controversial figure in the 6th century, and thus, sadly beyond our scope. But more important than what they took with them is what the Vandals left behind, namely, a psychologically scarred Roman population and an imperial power vacuum. Since Maximus's death, no one was technically in charge of the Western Empire, and with Rome reeling from the invasion, it did not look like either the Senate or the Italian armed forces were going to get their act together anytime soon to nominate a new candidate for the job. Which brings us to Eparchius Avitus, the Gallo-Roman senator who has been popping up off and on over the past 25 years, usually when it comes time to broker some kind of deal between Rome and the Goths, which is exactly why he is popping up now. After becoming emperor, Maximus wanted to make sure that the Goths would back him, and so he promoted Avitus to Magister Militum of Gaul and asked him to please arrange Gothic support for the new regime. But since Maximus was only emperor for 2 months before the sack of Rome, that meant that Avitus was just barely getting started when the news came that Maximus was dead. So, who is emperor now? Asked the Goth king Theodoric II, who, by the way, had risen to power after killing his older brother Thorismund following the Battle of the Catalonian Fields in 453. Well, I'm not really sure, replied Avitus. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Why wait? Asked Theodoric. You're rich, you're in control of the Gallic legions, and you know we support you 150%, so why don't you just become emperor? When he did the math, Avitus realized that Theodoric had a point. With the Goths staunchly in his corner, he almost certainly commanded the largest military force in the Western Empire. So the question wasn't why, it was why not? So, accompanied by a Gothic army, Avitus traveled down to Arles and announced to the Gallic Provincial Council that he was willing to take power if they wanted him to. And they wanted him to. Getting one of their own in power was a hugely appealing prospect. They proclaimed Avitus Augustus on July the 9th, 455 AD. The new, self-proclaimed, by default, whatever, emperor spent the next 3 months consolidating his power base in Gaul before he moved over the Alps in September and entered Italy before winter set in. In a bit of a pleasant throwback to the good old days, though, Avitus did not head straight for Ravenna. Instead, he merely dispatched a Gothic garrison to go hold the city in his name, while he himself continued on to Rome. Maybe it was the political circumstances of the moment that drove his decision. Maximus's reign, brief as it had been based there, and the city had just been sacked and needed a psychological boost. But Avitus clearly felt the need to be in Rome, rather than the now imperial capital of Ravenna, which, like I say, is a pleasant throwback to the good old days. But though Avitus had as good a claim to any to imperial power, that did not mean that he was the only interested party in who should rule the West. Ralph Matheson of the University of South Carolina identifies at least 4 other such interested parties: the Eastern Emperor Marcian, the Italian nobility, the just-departed Vandals, and the leaders of the Italian armed forces, Majorian and his Germanic colleague/mentor, Ricimer. All of them could be theoretically induced to follow Avitus if he played his cards just right. Unfortunately, he would not play his cards just right. Not because he was a bumbling fool or anything, but just that these things are delicate and not a little bit unfair. Avitus started at the top and dispatched envoys to Constantinople seeking recognition for his rule. Either because the Eastern Emperor wanted to appoint his own man, or because he wasn't sure Avitus would survive and didn't want to put his own prestige on the line, Marcian was non-committal about backing Avitus. Well, okay, thought Avitus, no matter, he'll come around. He next sent envoys to Genseric, attempting to lay down some law. I am not Maximus. I have an army. Don't even think about trying to invade Italy a second time. That sort of thing. Which, of course, Genseric scoffed at. As soon as March rolled around and the Mediterranean was safe for sailing again, the Vandals started raiding the Sicilian coast. But these raids were not all bad for Avitus. With the Vandals once again on the offensive, the new emperor dispatched Ricimer to head up the response. Avitus knew damn well that Ricimer and Majorian represented the greatest threats to his regime. Tying up Ricimer in what was sure to be a protracted conflict on the high seas would give Avitus just the kind of breathing room he needed, which is to say that as long as Ricimer was fighting Vandal pirates, he wasn't fighting Avitus. But this breathing space didn't really do Avitus any good. The political fractures in the West were by now simply too great to overcome. In another era, an emperor reigning from Rome with the backing of troops from Gaul would have raised very few eyebrows. But these days, Avitus and the Goths were seen as just as much foreign occupiers as Genseric and the Vandals had been. And this was exacerbated because though the Goths supported Avitus, there was a certain implied quid pro quo that the new emperor could not ignore. So as the citizens of Rome took stock of the damage done by the Vandals, they were mighty annoyed to find Avitus siphoning off what little wealth was left and using it to pay his Gothic supporters. From his perspective, Avitus was simply using his imperial authority to pay soldiers in the employ of the empire. But to the Italians, it looked a lot like he was finishing what the Vandals had started. Discontentment spread, and then, to make matters worse, famine once again reared its ugly head. Avitus was blamed for the grain shortages, even though there was little he could do about it. And by the autumn of 456, it was clear that it was time to get out of Rome while the getting was good. Better to head back to Gaul, where the climate was better. But he would never get off the peninsula. Ricimer had demonstrated his military talents throughout the summer by besting the Vandals in skirmish after skirmish, eventually forcing Genseric to recall his men and take stock of his sudden change in fortune. The year before, the Vandal king had stood on the Capitoline Hill deciding whether or not to burn Rome to the ground, and now his men couldn't even raid the coast of Sicily without getting tripped up. Ricimer was clearly a man who knew what he was doing. Riding high on these victories, the Germanic general returned to the mainland and began plotting with Majorian to dispense with their rival for power. The critical mistake Avitus made, and the catalyst that triggered Majorian and Ricimer to act, was his decision to send his Gothic allies on ahead of him. As I just noted, they had become a political liability, and so he ordered them back to Gaul, even though their presence was the main reason he wasn't being directly attacked. But Avitus misjudged the situation, and thought that sending the Goths off would ease tensions rather than flare them up. But flare them up it did. With Avitus now essentially alone in Italy, Ricimer and Majorian pounced. The Italian legions moved on Avitus as the emperor neared Ravenna. Avitus closed ranks in the capital city with the forces he had left, and may have been able to hold out for reinforcements from Gaul. But unfortunately, the terms of securing Gothic loyalty now came back to bite him. In exchange for supporting his claim to power, Avitus had offered Theodoric the opportunity to expand Goth dominion into Spain. Theodoric had immediately invaded the Iberian Peninsula and tried to take it over. So when the desperate call came in from Avitus for Theodoric to come down to Italy and help him defeat Ricimer and Majorian, the Goths were bogged down fighting in Spain, and Avitus was on his own. The now floundering emperor faced his adversaries near the city of Piacenza, but it was hopeless from the start. Ricimer and Majorian's forces overwhelmed him, and Avitus fled into the city. In October of 456, Avitus was officially deposed by Majorian and placed under house arrest. In an interesting twist, the deposed emperor was not immediately executed, as you would have expected given the circumstances. Instead, he was forced to renounce his titles and property and agree to become the bishop of Piacenza. A curious form of punishment, but one that removed Avitus from the political picture. He was about 60 years old and had ruled the empire for 15 months. It isn't entirely clear why Ricimer and Majorian decided to leave Avitus alive, but it may have had something to do with currying favor with the Eastern Emperor Marcian, who, though he had never supported Avitus, may not have been impressed by his cold-blooded execution either. The reason I say this is because Marcian continued to play coy with the would-be emperors of the West, even after the fall of Avitus, and so during the winter of 456-57, Avitus lived. But in January of 457, Marcian died, and shortly thereafter, Avitus was killed. Marcian, by the way, was 65 years old and had been Emperor of the East for 7 years. His passing marks the official end of the Theodosian dynasty and the extended Valentinian Theodosian dynasty that had ruled the East for almost 100 years. Marcian's passing appears to have marked the end of leniency for Avitus, because shortly after the Eastern Augustus died, the deposed Western Augustus was either strangled or starved at Majorian's order, which is why I personally suspect that negotiations with Constantinople had some kind of impact on Avitus's curious fate, because otherwise, why keep him alive just to kill him? But there is another possible explanation. Just as Avitus didn't have the support of the Italians, Majorian and Ricimer didn't really have the support of the Gauls. By keeping Avitus alive, they may have been hoping to prevent a Gallic uprising. But our sources hint that an uprising in Gaul started up anyway, as most of the nobility, and certainly the Goths, continued to recognize Avitus as the legitimate emperor. So, rather than allow a rallying point to live, Majorian had Avitus killed in early 457. But now the situation was really muddled. Marcian was dead, and so there was no emperor in the east. Avitus was deposed and then killed, and Majorian not yet elevated, so there's no emperor in the west. So who was running the show? The answer, of course, was the barbarian generals that good and proper Romans refused to let rule in their own right. In the West, that meant Ricimer, who was trying to rule the West in his own right with a commission granted by Constantinople, but who would settle for making Majorian a puppet emperor. In the East, we are still talking about Aspar, the ethnic Alaun who had helped settle the Vandal question back in the 430s, and who had remained a powerful force in Constantinople ever since. When Marcian died in late January 457, the Eastern court debated for 11 days who would succeed him. At first, it appeared that Marcian's son-in-law, Anthemius, grandson of the Praetorian prefect Anthemius, who had built the Theodosian walls, would get the nod. But Aspar stepped in and pushed for a Thracian general named Leo. Aspar finally got his way, and on February the 7th, 457, Leo was crowned Emperor Leo I. The new emperor was supposed to be a weak-willed puppet who Aspar could control, but it quickly became apparent that Leo had a will of his own. But the elevation of Leo had little immediate impact on the question of who controlled the West. Next week, though, Ricimer and Majorian will sort it out for themselves. Tired of waiting for Constantinople to nominate someone, anyone to rule, Ricimer will resign himself to the fact that he will not be able to rule the West in his own right, and instead he will push Majorian to become Augustus. By sheer coincidence, it was on April the 1st, 457 AD, exactly 1,555 years ago, that Majorian became emperor of the Western Empire. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 100,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 30-day trial membership. There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to stick with the basics and re-recommend another classic, Plutarch's Lives. This is the really good stuff, the foundational stuff. The stuff you absolutely need to read, listen to, whatever. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, episode 175, Trying to Take It All Back. Following the defeat, deposition, and execution of Avitus, the Western Empire was once again left without an officially recognized ruler. At least, that's how the leaders of the West looked at it. According to Constantinople, the western half of the empire had been without a ruler since the assassination of Valentinian III almost 2 years before. The eastern Augustus Marcian had never recognized Petronius Maximus or Eparchius Avitus, and it didn't look like he had any interest in recognizing the new would-be Emperor Majorian either. The general Ricimer tried to exploit this unwillingness on the part of the East to legitimize the emperors of the West by attempting to secure a sort of viceroy commission for himself to personally rule the western provinces, but in the name of Constantinople. But then Marcian died, and Leo the Thracian became emperor of the East, and he didn't appear keen to recognize Majorian as emperor or let Ricimer rule as a viceroy.
which was no doubt a little frustrating for them, especially since Leo had no more claim to power than they did. Marcian, at least, had the lingering legitimacy of having married into the imperial Theodosian family. Leo was just some general. So, whatever. By the spring of 457, Ricimer finally gave up on the idea of becoming viceroy, and knowing that the Italian nobility would never accept him as emperor because of his German heritage, he backed his protege Majorian for the job. In a ceremony in Ravenna on April the 1st, Majorian was crowned with the diadem and took over official control of the West. But though the diadem sat on Majorian's head, it was clear that he was really co-ruling with Ricimer. Leo and the court of Constantinople did not immediately recognize Majorian, but really at this point, who cared what they said? It's not like Majorian was so offensive to the East that they were going to raise an army to throw him out of power, so you guys do what you want, we'll be over here running the West. But the West was now a pale shadow of its former self. Britain was gone. North Africa was gone. Most of Gaul was split between barbarian factions, and Spain was now slowly but surely being conquered by the Goths. And you can be sure that the Goths had no interest in letting Majorian tell them what to do. So when the two generals seized power, they were basically seizing control of Italy, and only Italy. Everything else was out of their control. The Romans had not been so geographically circumscribed since the days just before the Punic Wars, some 700 years earlier. But Majorian and Ricimer were ambitious men and vigorous soldiers. They were not going to be content with sitting around Ravenna, running out the clock, governing the Italian peninsula. No, they were going to push back against the tide of history. They wanted it all back. Gaul, Spain, North Africa, hell, even Britain if they could swing it. In the minds of Ricimer and Majorian, their rise to power was going to be a turning point in history, the moment when the Western Empire returned to glory. But though, as we're about to see, they made a pretty good run at it, in the end the tide of history was too great to overcome. That and the petty jealousies that so often ruin good work just as it's getting started. Majorian and Ricimer spent the rest of 457 consolidating their hold over Italy. There appears to have been some sort of attempt by the Alemanni to take advantage of the chaos by possibly raiding over the Alps, or at least getting ready to raid over the Alps, because right off the bat, Majorian is credited with winning some sort of victory against the Germans. For the next year and a half, the new regime focused its attention primarily on questions of Italian security, but they also began to make legislative claims on Gaul. When it came to Italy, the biggest threat was obviously posed by the Vandals. Though Ricimer had beaten them back in 456, the Vandals had regrouped and started raiding the Italian coastline again. At some point in 458, Majorian himself led a counterattack against a force of Vandals invading Italy, and Genseric's brother-in-law was killed in the fighting. To help secure the peninsula in the long term, Majorian initiated the reconstruction of the Roman Navy, a branch of the armed forces that had been completely neglected in recent years. With one fleet based on the Tyrrhenian coast and another based in Ravenna, Majorian hoped to bring an end to 25 years of the Vandals controlling the seas. In the midst of these operations, Majorian received a critical boost to his legitimacy in December 457, when envoys from Constantinople arrived with the news that Leo had decided to officially recognize Majorian as his co-ruler. For the first time in almost 3 years, East and West were on the same page. Constantinople's stamp of approval was going to make it hard for the citizens of the West to argue that Majorian was somehow illegitimate. But even still, the political, military, and religious leadership in Gaul were thoroughly disdainful of Majorian. They were not ready to forgive or forget the overthrow of their man Avitus. Throughout 458, there's evidence that on questions of taxation, the Gallic nobility appealed directly to Constantinople for rulings, and that inscriptions from Lyon were dated only with reference to Leo. No mention is made of Majorian. There is also a passing reference made to a Marcelinian revolt, whatever that was, and whichever Marcellinus happened to be leading it. Majorian and Ricimer wanted Gaul to recognize their authority, but they were not so blind as to think that they were just going to get it for nothing. So, while they built a force of barbarian mercenaries that they planned to use to enforce their will in Gaul, they also laid the groundwork for a friendlier reception than the Gauls were probably planning on giving them right at that moment. And when you are a new ruler looking to make nice with a bunch of people who are not at all predisposed to liking you, what is the number one surefire way to bring them around? Did someone say tax relief? I thought I heard somebody say tax relief, which would be good because the answer is tax relief. As was so often the case, the collection of taxes was these days an intermittent and corrupt sort of thing. The richest landowners did their best to avoid giving anything to the central government, another one of the 257 different reasons why the Western Empire fell, which meant that the civil authorities were forever coming up short on the total due. Now, the rules of the game specified that if they failed to collect the proper taxes, that the civil authorities themselves would be on the hook for the shortfall. But these civil authorities, called decurions, were themselves basically middle-class bureaucrats who had no great fortunes to draw upon and who wielded no significant power over the people who did have great fortunes to draw upon. And so, they usually wound up turning viciously on the lower classes to extort every last dollar they could find. Even then, they all wound up woefully short. So the bottom line was that everyone owed the central government obscene amounts of back taxes, and the middle and lower classes were being squeezed to death. So Majorian passed laws specifically pertaining to Gaul that tried to rein in the rampant corruption, and then announced that the back tax debt was hereby cancelled. So, I can't be all bad. In the autumn of 458, Majorian marched over the Alps at the head of a pretty good-sized army composed mostly of barbarian mercenaries to help bring Gaul under imperial control. Ricimer stayed behind in Italy, setting up the ruling dynamic that would hold for the remainder of the partnership between the two men, Majorian traversing the provinces trying to rebuild the empire, and Ricimer staying behind in Italy to mind the shop. Traveling with the emperor was a top lieutenant who had just been promoted to the rank of Magister Militum for Gaul. With the imperial authorities not really in charge of Gaul right at the moment, the promotion was more aspirational than factual, but in very shorter order than one might reasonably expect, it would be quite factual. And then, it would become something more. So take note of the name Aegidius, the promoted officer in question, because we are not done with him by a long shot. The court of Ravenna had managed to hang on to the Gallic territory immediately abutting the Alps, but beyond that, Majorian had his work cut out for him. He wasted no time, though, and before winter set in, he marched due west. The most powerful force in Gaul was the Goths, and so it was the Goths whom Majorian would deal with first. No slow turning of the screw, no gradual tightening of the noose. A stab right at the heart. Theodoric II mustered an army when it became clear that the emperor was on his way, because there was no way he was just going to roll over. Avitus had finally given the Goths license to territorially expand to their heart's content. Theodoric planned to defend that right to the hilt. In late 458, the two armies faced off at Arles, site of so many Roman-Goth confrontations, but a willingness to defend something to the hilt is no guarantee of success. Majorian's army smashed the Goths up and won a decisive victory. Theodoric was forced to concede the rights Avitus had given him, and it was back to being a federated ally of Rome, to be used
and not used at Ravenna's discretion. With the Goths cowed, the Gallo-Roman nobility had to take a good hard look at the situation and decide how much they were going to continue to resist the new regime. They may not like Majorian or what he had done to Avitus, but man, look at what he just did to the Goths. For his part, the emperor was not looking to punish their initial reluctance to back him. He adopted a conciliatory posture and offered top positions in his government to members of the Gallic aristocracy. Coupled with the cancellation of the tax debts, this left most of the major landowners in Gaul quietly accepting Majorian's authority. Which was good for the emperor, because he was really not trying to get bogged down in Gaul. He wanted to move on to Hispania and reassert imperial authority there. But Majorian was also hoping to not get bogged down in Hispania, because his ultimate goal was to use the ports of Spain as a springboard for an invasion of North Africa. And this was his real dream, to expel the Vandals from Carthage once and for all. Pull that off, and he becomes one of the greatest emperors in Roman history, a sort of mini Aurelian who reunites a broken empire. But first he had to make sure that he was launching from a secure base. The lands taken by the Goths were easily redrawn onto the Roman side of the map, but actually securing them, in fact, was a different story. The locals were starting to get ideas that maybe they didn't need to listen to anyone anymore, and so Majorian had to march around showing the colors to remind them all that, yes, there is still an empire, and yes, you still need to pay your taxes. Majorian also hoped to finally lance a boil that had been festering up in northern Spain since way back right after the great New Year's Eve barbarian invasion of 405. A Germanic tribe called the Suebi had followed the Vandals and Alans into Spain, but they had stayed behind when Genseric led his people across the Strait of Gibraltar. Ever since, they had lived as a small de facto independent kingdom in northwest Spain. Majorian planned to crush them and return the whole of the peninsula to direct imperial control. Couple this with his plan to retake North Africa, and it is clear that Majorian wanted to write the final chapter of the New Year's invasion by destroying the last remnants of the invaders. While his army was off campaigning against Spanish holdouts, Majorian went down to the coast to initiate the construction of an invasion fleet. When Genseric found out what the Romans were up to, he started to worry a little bit. This new emperor was not like previous emperors, who had been docile toward, and even a little neglectful of, the Vandals. This Majorian, on the other hand, seemed obsessed. The new Roman fleet under construction in Italy was starting to hit the water. The emperor had himself beaten the Vandals in battle and killed Genseric's brother-in-law. And now an invasion fleet was under construction in Spain? I imagine that Genseric was missing old Aetius just about now. So the Vandal king did what any good statesman would do if he started to believe that the military balance of power was starting to shift against him. He offered to negotiate a settlement. But Genseric's newfound desire to talk was likely met with a few incredulous guffaws throughout the halls of Roman power. The courts of both East and West had been regularly sending diplomatic missions to North Africa since the sack of Rome, trying to get the Vandals to back off, and they had just as regularly been greeted by a dismissive wave of the hand. Now that the West was rebuilding its strength, now Genseric wants to talk? He was not going to get off that easily. This time, it was the Vandal emissaries who were dismissed. Rebuffed, Genseric took the rather extreme step of launching a scorched earth campaign against the North African province of Mauritania. But, you ask, isn't that territory held by the Vandals? Why would they want to scorch their own land? Well, to make life extremely difficult for the invading Romans, of course. Scorched earth meant no living off the land. It meant the Romans would be slowed down because they would be tied down to supply ships from Spain. But the Vandal king also launched a second initiative, one that would prove to be more directly successful, in which, I'm sure the people of Mauritania loved this, made the scorching of their earth totally unnecessary. The timeline gets a little muddled here, and it's difficult to tell whether this all happened in 460 or 461, but Vandal saboteurs were able to bribe or trick their way into the shipyards where the Roman invasion fleet was under construction in Spain, and once inside, these saboteurs went to work with the torches. Before anyone knew what happened, the entire fleet was in flames, and then it sunk to the bottom of the ocean. When Majorian learned what had happened, he surveyed the damage report with a resigned sigh. That fleet had been pushing the imperial budget to the limit. There was no way they could just start again from scratch. Bitterly disappointed, Majorian canceled the planned invasion. It was time to head back to Italy and regroup. So it's tough to tell when this actually happened, because all our fine sources say is that after Genseric torched the fleet, Majorian left Spain and headed back to Italy. Some imply that this was a bang-bang thing, and further imply that it was the loss of the fleet that caused the fatal rift between Majorian and Ricimer. Others imply that the fleet was destroyed sometime in 460, so it's possible that Majorian lingered in country for a while before leaving, or that he immediately left Spain but lingered in Gaul for a while before deciding to return to Italy. Whatever the exact order of events, in the spring of 461, Majorian was back in Arles and preparing to return to Italy. By the time he left Arles, it is almost certain that Ricimer had decided to move against him. Which brings us to the question of why Ricimer decided to take out his longtime partner / accomplice / protege, Majorian. They had been serving together for at least 20 years, going back to the campaigns of Aetius in Gaul. Ricimer had been the voice calling for Majorian's rehabilitation following the death of Aetius. The two had subsequently teamed up to form a powerful political faction following the death of Valentinian III, which culminated with their overthrow of Avitus in 456. So why was Ricimer about to throw all of that history away? In the Gallic Chronicle, it is simply reported that Ricimer was envious of Majorian, which may well have been the case. After all, Majorian was 15 years his junior. Subservience, even if it was merely technical, can't have sat well with Ricimer. If I were a speculating man, I would also guess that it had something to do with Majorian's success in retaking Gaul. This success rested a great deal on bringing the Gallic nobility over to his side, which meant that Majorian now had the building blocks for a power base independent of Ricimer. It also meant that Gallic nobles were going to get jobs that might have gone to Italian nobles. Whatever the wider merits of the strategy, this meant that there were now plenty of irked Italians complaining to Ricimer that Majorian was forgetting who his friends were. And of course, we should not forget that Ricimer always wanted to rule in his own right. Majorian was just supposed to be a convenient puppet. It may well have been that Majorian was not dancing the way Ricimer wanted him to dance. As he traveled from Gaul to Italy, Majorian appears to have made exactly the same mistake Avitus had made back in 456. He dismissed most of his retainers and chose instead to travel with a small company of bodyguards and advisors. After all, he was just heading back to Italy, where his regime was strongest, and where his old friend Ricimer was waiting for him. But as he crossed the Alps, his old friend Ricimer was waiting for him. On August the 3rd, 461, Majorian's entourage was surrounded by Ricimer's forces, and the emperor was taken into custody. Whatever had been Majorian's crime, and whatever exactly were Ricimer's reasons, the emperor was held for 5 days, and after enduring prolonged torture, he was finally beheaded on August the 7th. He was about 40 years old and had ruled the West for 4 years. In many ways, Majorian's downfall closed the door on any real resurgence for the Western Empire. Though I do think that Anthemius did enough to earn the title last halfway decent Emperor of the West, it all depends on how you grade them. Lots of people say that no, it was actually Majorian who deserves the title. He vigorously attempted to reclaim what had once been Rome's, defeated numerous foreign enemies in battle, strengthened the navy, and was in the process of reforging the political bonds between Italy and the provinces. Had Genseric saboteurs failed, we might be talking about Majorian as the man who won back North Africa. He was only 40 years old when he died. He was a smart guy and a good general. He might have been able to pull something off. But then he got killed. Almost certainly because he was a smart guy and a good general. He almost certainly was not turning out to be the kind of puppet Ricimer wanted him to be. Next week, we will get into the disastrous consequences of Ricimer's decision to overthrow Majorian. Just at the moment when it looked like the West was working its way back into fighting shape, Ricimer would throw it all away, appearing to choose undisputed master of Italy over de facto co-ruler of a reunited West. Because when the dust settled, 4 years of Majorian marching around had been for naught. The Western Empire was right back where it started, and it didn't look like it was going anywhere anytime soon. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 176, The Quote-Unquote Emperor. When Ricimer arrested and executed the Emperor Majorian in August 461, it is entirely likely that he didn't think it would be that big of a deal. Sure, it might be a little scandalous, but as PR problems go, it would almost certainly blow over. After all, Ricimer was the real power behind the throne. Everyone knew it, so it wasn't like this was a coup or something. More like a CEO firing his COO. But Ricimer underestimated the popularity of Majorian. Living in Italy and surrounded by a bunch of Italian aristocrats who had soured on the emperor, it might have seemed to Ricimer like the whole empire hated Majorian and was ready for him to go. But this was not so. Majorian's policies may have been ticking off Ricimer and the Italian nobility, but that did not mean that they were ticking off anyone else. So when Majorian was killed, these anyone else's were shocked and angry, and as we're about to see, they were not going to take it lying down. Two of these anyone else's are of particular interest. The first was the general I mentioned last week, the guy whose name I told you to remember. Do you remember his name? That's right, it's Aegidius. Aegidius had risen up through the ranks with Majorian, and as you'll recall, one of Majorian's first acts as emperor was to make Aegidius Magister Militum, the commander-in-chief of Gaul. Aegidius had then spent 4 years repacifying the region and getting it back under the thumb of the central imperial government. That mission was about to take an ironic twist. Aegidius was up in northern Gaul in 461 when word reached him that his old friend Majorian had been killed. Now, I don't know if Aegidius's reaction to Ricimer's coup took the form of a dramatic declaration, or if it was just passive-aggressive cold shouldering, but the minute Majorian's head hit the ground, Aegidius stopped taking orders from Italy. the general who had just spent 4 years reminding everyone he came across that the imperial government was still the legal sovereign, and as such fealty was not a suggestion, but a duty, yeah, that guy is declaring his independence from Ravenna. And this would not turn out to be a short-lived thing. Historians will wind up calling the territory Aegidius controlled in northern Gaul the domain of Soissons, named after the modern French city of Soissons that stands roughly at the center of Aegidius's little kingdom. The domain would continue on as a quasi-Roman rump state even after the fall of the Western Empire, until this last little outpost of Roman order was finally overrun by the Franks in 486. "Well, okay," said Ricimer. "We've got a rogue general up in Gaul refusing to take orders. That's not such a big deal. I can handle that." But that was not all Ricimer was up against. Another of Majorian's generals, a man named Marcellinus, had exactly the same reaction to Ricimer's coup as Aegidius. Marcellinus was in control of Dalmatia, which at this point in history had drifted back into the western orbit, though when Majorian died, Marcellinus was in Sicily. He had been in place there to help run one arm of Majorian's planned invasion of North Africa, the invasion that had stalled when Majorian's Spanish fleet had been sunk by the Vandals. But when Marcellinus found out that the emperor was dead, he booked it back to his home territory double time. And when he got there, he found out that Ricimer had already tried to bribe the Dalmatian garrisons, mostly Hun mercenaries, out from under Marcellinus, which, as you can imagine, did not go over too well with Marcellinus. So like his colleague Aegidius up in Gaul, Marcellinus simply stopped taking orders from Italy. But unlike Aegidius, who was wedged between a failing empire, some barbarian kingdoms, and the English Channel, Marcellinus was wedged in between the two halves of the empire. So rather than declaring de facto independence, Marcellinus simply turned east, wrote to Leo in Constantinople and said, "Hey, this guy Ricimer just overthrew the guy you yourself recognize to be the lawful emperor. I'm not going to follow him anymore, but I'd be happy to follow you. So consider this my declaration of defection." But this was not all Ricimer was now up against. Although most of his problems were caused by people ticked off about his little coup, yet another problem was caused by a guy who was not so much ticked off as excited about the opportunity the coup presented. And here we are talking about our old friend King Genseric of the Vandals. Now, before I go on, I would like to say that it sort of feels like Genseric has been around forever. He first showed up back in 428 AD, which was 8 episodes back when we were talking about the rise of Aetius. And now here he is 33 years later, still going strong. So he's got to be getting old, right? Like, pretty soon we're going to be dealing with a new king of the Vandals, right? Wrong. The dude is going to outlive the Western Empire. He isn't going to die until January 477, at the age of 88, and after having ruled for almost 50 years. Which is just, way to go, Genseric. So anyway, King Genseric, who was by a healthy margin now the senior statesman of the Western Empire, and father-in-law of the imperial princess Eudoxia the Younger, took the death of Majorian as an opportunity to influence who would be chosen as his successor. The man Genseric backed was a senator by the name of Anicius Olybrius. Why Anicius Olybrius? Well, because he was married to Placidia, the other imperial princess currently enjoying the hospitality of the Vandals. Once nearly engaged to Majorian, and then formally engaged to Aetius' son, Placidia had finally wound up married to Senator Olybrius shortly after the murder of her father, Valentinian III. Though I don't believe there's any firm proof to this one way or the other, it is supposed that Olybrius was related to Valentinian's executioner/successor, Petronius Maximus. You'll recall that when Maximus seized power, he tried to give his new, and ultimately short-lived, regime the veneer of legitimacy by marrying the imperial widow Licinia Eudoxia, and then marrying the younger Eudoxia to his son. It is supposed that Olybrius was a cousin or something of Maximus's, and his marriage to Placidia was a part of this larger legitimacy project. But so far, the marriage had not really amounted to anything. Olybrius had been in Constantinople when Genseric sacked Rome, and then spirited away his new bride, so it's not like the two could have spent much time around one another. But because he was in Constantinople when Maximus fell, Olybrius managed to survive the regime change, and then, because he remained in the East in a state of semi-exile, he managed to live through the next regime change as well. So when Ricimer initiated the third regime change in 6 years, Olybrius was still alive, still married to Placidia, and, since he had been living in Constantinople for half a decade, on fairly good terms with Leo and the court of the East. When word came that Majorian was dead, Genseric stepped forward and boldly proclaimed that Senator Olybrius was the only man in the empire with any kind of legitimate claim to the imperial throne. A husband of the unjustly deposed Theodosian family, he would return honor and dignity and blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is that Olybrius was now as much a part of Genseric's family as he was of the Theodosian family, so Genseric wanting him on the throne of the West was a no-brainer. But Ricimer wasn't having this for a second. If the problem with Majorian had been that Ricimer couldn't sufficiently control him, then there was no way the general was going to accept Olybrius, who would be part creature of the Vandals and part creature of Constantinople. Plus, Olybrius's legitimacy was going to flow from his marriage to Placidia, rather than from the patronage of Ricimer. So in Ricimer's mind, I doubt there was a worse candidate for the throne than Olybrius. Genseric stepped up the pressure by intensifying Vandal raids on the Italian coast, promising to shut them down only if Olybrius was elevated, but Ricimer refused to budge. After a 3-month interregnum, Ricimer finally found a candidate more to his liking. Someone dull, weak-willed, and entirely dependent on Ricimer. Enter Libius Severus. Dull, weak-willed, entirely dependent on Ricimer, Libius Severus. We know almost nothing about the new would-be emperor until he suddenly appears in Ravenna accepting the diadem in November of 461. Not that it really matters. Libius Severus is not exactly the linchpin of Roman history. During the reign of Majorian, Ricimer may have fancied himself the power behind the throne, but it's pretty clear that Majorian himself, and a good number of other people, considered it to be more of a partnership. With the elevation of Severus, though, this ambiguity was gone. Ricimer was the power behind the throne. These are the years where you have references to King Ricimer. Not references mocking his hubris, mind you, but just straight-up references to King Ricimer, because that's basically what he now was. As I mentioned a few episodes back, the famous historian J.B. Barrie once said that Ricimer was the link between Stilicho and Odoacer, and was the first German to be virtual king of Italy. Now, 15 years down the road, we're going to have a real German king of Italy, and the pro forma nature of Odoacer's seizure of power finds its roots here in the days of Ricimer, who, during these years, went so far as to possibly coin money in his own name. We're not 100% sure that he coined money in his own name, but there are good reasons to believe that he did. And I think it's telling that if it turns out to be true, no one is going to be surprised in the slightest. The elevation of Severus was, of course, only really recognized in Italy, and so King Ricimer's power did not really extend that far. Up in Gaul, Aegidius was essentially in revolt, as was Marcellinus in Dalmatia. The Eastern Augustus Leo, for his part, never recognized Severus, though, for the moment, he was not looking to make or break relations with the West over the issue of Majorian's murder and Severus's elevation. Now Marcellinus was apparently prepared to storm Italy as soon as the spring of 462 arrived and asked for Leo's support, but the Eastern Emperor refused to give it, instead counseling patience. Not wanting to make any bold moves without Constantinople's backing, Marcellinus took the counsel and sat on his hands. But he was done taking orders from Ricimer. The de facto king's first concern, though, was the situation in Gaul. If he tried to attack Marcellinus first, he might incur the wrath of Leo, so better to settle the north before worrying about the east. But if he wanted to maintain his iron grip on Italy, Ricimer knew he couldn't go marching off to retake Gaul himself. He needed to find a capable subordinate to do the job for him. Now, he couldn't send the quote-unquote Emperor Severus. Not only was he likely thoroughly inexperienced in military affairs, but sending an emperor off to win back Gaul had almost certainly been one of the keys to the breakdown in the relationship between Majorian and Ricimer. Majorian had been starting to forge an independent power base for himself, and we can't have that. Better to find some suitably motivated underling and send him off to get the job done. Ricimer had the perfect candidate in an old soldier named Agrippinus. What recommended Agrippinus for the job? Well, for starters, he had been Avitus's Magister Militum for Gaul, which meant that he was the one who had been replaced by Aegidius when Majorian came to power. But the fun did not stop there. A native of Gaul himself, Agrippinus had not gone quietly into that good night, nor had Aegidius given him any reason to. Eventually, the feud between the two men led Aegidius to accuse Agrippinus of treason. Sent down to Rome to stand for his crime, Agrippinus was found guilty and sentenced to death. He managed to escape his captivity, however, and then seek asylum in the Old St. Peter's, where he remained until he was officially pardoned. The details of all this are, of course, really vague, but the assumption is that the official pardon came after the death of Majorian, round about the time Ricimer was looking for someone to lead the effort to repacify Gaul and defeat the rebel Aegidius. And what better man to lead that effort than Agrippinus, who had lost his job and then very nearly lost his life to Aegidius. When Agrippinus reached Gaul sometime in 462, he did exactly the same thing Majorian had done when he entered Gaul back in 458. He made a beeline for the Goths. But unlike Majorian, who was looking to defeat and repacify the Goths, Agrippinus was looking to befriend and re-empower them. And when he arrived in Aquitaine, he found the Goths very receptive to the imperial proposals, because said proposals promised the Goths something they had been hankering for since they first put down roots in Gaul, a Mediterranean port to call their very own. In exchange for Goth support in a campaign against Aegidius, the quote-unquote Emperor Severus was willing to cede them the city of Narbonne. The Goth king Theodoric II jumped at this offer. All those battles between his father, Theodoric the Elder, and Aetius back in the day had been all about trying to win a Mediterranean port for the Goths. And now the Romans were just going to hand one over in exchange for what? Beating down a few rebels? Well, sign us up. We'll be there. But Aegidius was not leading some ramshackle band of ne'er-do-wells. You'll recall that, as I just mentioned, the little rump state Aegidius founded was going to outlast the Western Empire. Well, if it's going to outlast the Western Empire, there isn't really room in the story for a crushing defeat at the hands of Agrippinus and the Goths. I mean, maybe there is, but that would become a pretty complicated story. Lucky for us, they decided to keep things nice and simple. Agrippinus and a Goth army marched north. Aegidius heard they were coming and drew his line at Orleans. The two sides met in battle at some point in late 462, and Aegidius emerged victorious. Agrippinus and the Goths then fled, And though I have no idea what ultimately happened to him, that's the last we're going to hear from Agrippinus. Whether he died in the battle or simply faded into obscurity, no idea. He just drops off the face of the earth. This nice and simple story is only complicated by one small matter. Aegidius had not been idle since the death of Majorian, nor was he blind to the fact that pretty soon Ricimer would be coming for him. So he made a sort of mutual defense pact with the Franks. This pact obviously came into force when the Goths started marching north, and though Frankish support was likely the difference between victory and defeat for Aegidius, it was also likely the difference between victory and total victory. It seems that once they had the Goths on the run, the various Frank nobles fell into squabbling amongst themselves about who knows what, shutting down any chance Aegidius had of really crushing the Goths once and for all. Had the Franks held it together, it is possible that Aegidius could have made what was left of the Goths into his personal vassals. Then, between his alliance with the Franks, his mastery over the Goths, and his control over the rest of Gaul, well, he might well have marched into Italy and overthrown Ricimer. Get Marcellinus on board with that plan, you invade Italy from the east while I invade from the north, and Ricimer and his quote-unquote emperor don't stand a chance. But instead, Aegidius's army got vapor-locked at Orleans, and though Aegidius would never lose his domain in northern Gaul, neither would he ever expand it. While this drama was unfolding in the north, Ricimer was kept busy by Genseric and the Vandals, who were not taking his failure to elevate Olybrius lightly. Throughout 462 and then into 463 and 464 and 465, the Vandals continued to harass the Italian coastline, hitting and running and staying and fighting and then sailing off again before popping up here and then here again. The new fleet built by Majorian was maybe somewhat effective, but it clearly wasn't the silver bullet the Romans were looking for to shut down the Vandals. Plus, Genseric was now moving forward with an ever more ambitious political program. Above and beyond his stated goal that Olybrius ought to be Emperor of the West, Genseric now began to make very Attila the Hun-esque claims on Roman property. After all, his son Hunric had married Eudoxia the Younger, so wasn't he entitled to some kind of dowry? Now, Genseric was not so bold as to demand half the Western Empire as Attila had, but he did claim a good chunk of the personal fortune controlled by the emperors, which, he further claimed, had been stolen by Ricimer and his ilk. That fortune belonged to the imperial women under his charge, or at the very least, their husbands, not a bunch of thugs who murdered Valentinian III. That Ricimer didn't have anything to do with Valentinian's death was immaterial. The Theodosian family fortune belonged to the Theodosian family. It was just that simple. Now, these sorts of legalistic arguments fell on deaf ears in the West. It's not like Ricimer was going to just hand over the imperial fortune to Genseric and the exiled princesses. So it seems reasonable to assume that these arguments were mostly directed at Constantinople. Genseric was well aware of the fact that Leo was not recognizing the legitimacy of Severus, which meant that there would probably, eventually, be some sort of effort to remove him. When that day came, Genseric wanted to make sure that his own demands were on record. Plus, he wanted to make it super obvious to everyone what the price for his help in any push to dislodge Ricimer and Severus was going to be. But Leo was in no hurry to go to war with Ricimer, even if Italy was increasingly politically, economically, and militarily isolated. So the simmering tensions of the early 460s hit a nice equilibrium. Skirmishing, jockeying, and maneuvering amongst the fractured power centers of the West ruled the day, with no one really taking anyone else down or suddenly grabbing up more territory. Even the death of Aegidius in 464 did not disrupt things too much. Whether he died naturally or was poisoned by enemies within the Frankish kingdom is unknown. Both stories are reported, but everyone reports that he was simply succeeded by his son, who continued the independent rule of his father, and who would continue this independent rule until he and what was left of his little Roman kingdom were overrun by the Franks in 486. This new equilibrium further survived an even more potentially transformative death in 465. During that summer, the quote-unquote Emperor Severus apparently died of natural causes. There is some dark hinting that Ricimer did him in, but there is little reason to believe this story. We have no idea how old Severus was when he died, but he was allowed to call himself emperor for 4 years. His death would do little to impact the wider political and military dynamics of the Mediterranean world, a testament to just how insignificant he was. He was so insignificant, in fact, that following his death, the West was going to get a sneak preview of what the political order of the future was going to be. Ricimer had stalled for months before picking a new emperor after the deposition of Avitus, and then stalled for months again after the execution of Majorian, testing the waters to perhaps see what would happen if he just left the office vacant. Next week, Ricimer will wade out even further into the post-imperial waters. After the death of Severus, the German general will refuse to elevate a successor, and then keep on refusing to elevate a successor for 2 full years, until finally Leo had to step in and put an end to this unprecedented interregnum. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 100,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 30-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to stick with the basics and re-recommend another classic, The Histories of Rome by Livy. This is the stuff that really fired me up to start producing a podcast in the first place. Cincinnatus, the 12 Tables, the secession of the plebs, Marcus Furius Camillus, the good old days. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 177, The Burning Ships. In the summer of 465, the quote-unquote Emperor Libius Severus died. No one paid him much mind while he was alive, and so no one paid him much mind when he died. But though the emperors of the West had been rendered so ineffectual that it literally didn't matter whether they lived or died, no one thought that a successor wouldn't soon be appointed. The new appointee would be another puppet, of course, but the show must go on, you know? But while the Mediterranean world wondered who would be the next emperor, a funny thing happened. No next emperor appeared. The virtual king of Italy, Ricimer, was done with all that rot. He was in charge of Italy. He had been in charge of Italy, so why should he have to share power with anyone? So from the summer of 465 until April of 467, he didn't share power with anyone. There just wasn't an emperor of the Western Empire. Over in Constantinople, the Eastern Emperor Leo was not thrilled about this development, but he was in no immediate position to do anything about it. Through all of 466, the Eastern Empire was dealing with fairly serious raids by the Huns and the Goths. Leo had his hands full, and so Ricimer got away with his de facto kingship. But as 466 gave way to 467, the Western Empire's problems started becoming the Eastern Empire's problems, and so Leo felt obliged to finally do something about the vacant imperial throne in Italy. And which problem was it that specifically was becoming the Eastern Empire's problem? The Vandals, of course. Genseric was still hankering to get Olybrius in power, and with Ricimer refusing to listen, the Vandal king decided to turn up the heat on Constantinople. So Genseric extended Vandal piracy into eastern waters and started raiding Greece. His strategy, I think, was to trade stopping the piracy in Greece for the elevation of Olybrius. But if this was the point, then it backfired spectacularly, because mostly these new raids just made Leo really, really mad, and convinced him that it was finally time to do something about the illegal Vandal kingdom that had been squatting in Roman North Africa for the last 30 years. But before he could do something about the squatters in North Africa, Leo wanted to make sure that the resources of the West would be properly mustered to help out the cause. And with King Ricimer not exactly the most dependable bloke on the block, Leo decided that it was high time he filled the almost 2-year-old imperial vacancy. But who to elevate, who to elevate? He wasn't going to give Genseric the satisfaction of elevating Olybrius, because Olybrius might wind up being even less dependable than Ricimer. Because at some point in here, Genseric had made the grand gesture of releasing the old Empress Licinia Eudoxia and her daughter Placidia, and putting them on a boat to Constantinople. Reunited with his wife, or should I say probably united for the first time with his wife, Olybrius might be thinking that Genseric wasn't such a bad guy after all, and maybe worth allying with if he ever got the chance to be Western Emperor. So for Leo, Olybrius was ruled out. So who did that leave? Interestingly, it left the man who very nearly became Emperor of the East, just before Leo wound up getting the job back in 457, Procopius Anthemius. Anthemius, as you'll recall, was the grandson of the old Praetorian prefect Anthemius, and he was married to the late Emperor Marcian's daughter. Near the end of Marcian's life, the emperor had heaped honor upon his son-in-law, and it looked a lot like Marcian himself expected Anthemius to succeed him. But then Leo was crowned instead. This meant that for the last few years, Anthemius had just been kind of lurking around Constantinople, offering a totally plausible alternative should a bunch of conspirators get together and decide to do away with Leo. So Leo decided to kill two birds with one stone. By appointing Anthemius Emperor of the West, he was not only getting a rock-solid military commander, eminently capable of doing his part in the coming war with the Vandals, but he was also getting rid of a dangerous rival. So in the spring of 467, Anthemius headed off to Italy to assume his new position. But what about Ricimer, you ask? Was he just going to accept Anthemius' elevation? Well, maybe he would, and maybe he wouldn't. But Anthemius didn't just throw on a backpack and wander into Italy like some random tourist. As he approached the Alps, he swung through Dalmatia and picked up Marcellinus and Marcellinus' army. Then he crossed over into Italy. Ricimer could either get with the program or fight to the death. But just remember that even if you beat me, Leo is probably going to take it personally and turn that armada he's building to fight the Vandals against you. So why don't you just get with the program? But that said, it's not like Anthemius wasn't aware that he was a Greek-speaking outsider in Italy. Ricimer and the Italian nobility formed a pretty tight clique these days. So for Anthemius, leveraging his way into power was one thing. Staying in power and being able to do anything with that power
that was a whole different ball of wax. So straight away, he arranged a good old-fashioned political marriage between his only daughter and Ricimer. Look, now we're all one big happy family, right? Cool. Good. Because we're about to launch like a six-pronged assault of the Vandals, and it's important that we're all on the same page. At almost exactly the same time, Leo was having these same sorts of thoughts, and so he married his daughter to Anthemius' son. So now we're all one big happy family, right? Cool. Because seriously, this is going to be a very complicated operation, and we all need to be together on this thing. But there was one member of this big happy family who wasn't cool. Leo's brother-in-law Basiliscus. And unfortunately for everyone, Basiliscus was about to be named the point man for this very complicated operation. Depending on who you believe, Basiliscus was either too dumb or too clever by half to be leading the invasion. But, under pressure from his wife, Leo agreed to put her brother in charge of the war. And it's not like this war was going to be some little PR stunt. The East had sent armies west to keep a lid on the Vandals at least twice before, but both of those were more shows of force or negotiating tactics than anything else. But Leo was going big. This was not about negotiation. This was about conquest. Our forever exaggerated sources are probably just a little exaggerated, but still, just to give you an idea of the scope of this thing, they say that Leo spent tens of thousands of pounds of gold building a fleet, that he spent hundreds of thousands of pounds of silver. They say that 1,100 ships bearing 100,000 men set sail from Constantinople in the spring of 468. Like I say, this was not about negotiation, this was about conquest. While this fleet sailed, the Western forces prepared to do their part. The general Marcellinus and his army were tasked with the mission of dislodging the Vandals from their bases in Sardinia and Sicily, and then providing logistical support to the main Eastern invasion army. There is also some scanty evidence that Anthemius tried to either send Roman forces up around through Spain, or that he tried to induce local forces there to join in the campaign, opening up what would have been a fourth front of the war, but it doesn't appear to have come to anything. At first, the invasion went as well as the Romans might expect, given their firepower. The massive eastern fleet was met by a force of Vandal ships, but the Vandals were completely overmatched, and it is reported that hundreds of their ships were sunk. Following this initial victory, the two main fronts of the war were officially opened. A land army was deposited near Tripoli under the direction of a general named Heraclius. This army would approach the Vandal capital of Carthage, while Basiliscus led the rest of the fleet around to blockade the city. Heraclius had no trouble with the locals, and as he approached Carthage, he captured every city he passed. Meanwhile, up north, Marcellinus had opened up the third front of the war off the Italian coast, and after driving the Vandals off Sardinia with relative ease, he turned and began the slightly more difficult task of winning back control of Sicily. At this point, all was going well, all was going according to plan, and it looked like North Africa would be retaken in a matter of months, if not weeks. But then things started to unravel. I'm not sure exactly when this happened, but it had to have been shortly after winning back Sicily. But Marcellinus was on the island preparing ships to continue on to North Africa, either as logistical support for the land army, or to simply sail down with an army of his own and join the fight. Whatever he was up to, he never got off the island. He was betrayed by some of his officers and murdered, almost certainly at the instigation of Ricimer, who feared that his rival was gaining too much power. Ricimer then refused to let any of the Western ships leave for North Africa. No supply runs, no reinforcements. Okay, well, that's not ideal, but the Eastern Army is like 100,000 strong, right? More than enough to finish the job on their own. As I just mentioned, there are two possible explanations for why this invasion is about to turn into such a disaster. The first is that Basiliscus was incompetent. Just straight up didn't have what it took to walk a ball over to a can and drop it in, which was just about all that was left for him to do. The other explanation was that he was a sneaky snake, and he botched the thing on purpose. In this telling, Basiliscus had imperial ambitions of his own, and he was in league with the Eastern general Aspar to undermine Leo by wrecking the emperor's signature initiative. As Ricimer had discovered, finding a good puppet was not as easy as you might think, and following Marcian's death, Aspar had pushed for Leo over Anthemius because he thought Leo would be easy to control. But Leo had not been so easy to control, and indeed, Aspar suspected that the emperor was in the middle of a little side project to completely shut Aspar and Aspar's Germanic allies out of power. So, the thinking goes, Aspar had gotten together with Basiliscus, and the two had hatched a plan to intentionally screw up the invasion to humiliate Leo. This had been a massively expensive campaign. If it ended badly, people would start asking why the emperor had nearly bankrupted the East on some boondoggle in the West. Maybe those questions would get hostile enough that Leo could be overthrown, and Basiliscus installed in his place. This was a clever plan, but as we will see, probably too clever by half, because, Basiliscus is about to come off looking like quite a fool. And really, who wants a fool for an emperor? With the noose quickly tightening around his neck, Genseric scrambled to figure a way out of what appeared to be his certain doom. Romans were coming by land, Romans were coming by sea. In a few days, Carthage would be blockaded, and that would probably be all she wrote for the Vandal kingdom of North Africa. But Genseric was a survivor. So, as Basiliscus approached, Genseric sent out envoys to meet with the Romans and work something out. These envoys came bearing, let's call them gifts, and they begged Basiliscus to give Genseric a few days to work out the logistics of his surrender. Basiliscus accepted these gifts, and decided that giving the Vandals some breathing space at this critical juncture seemed like a fine idea. But Genseric isn't planning to surrender, you dummy. He's preparing to fight it out to the death. He just wants to make sure the final battle is fought on his terms, because he's, smart. As the Roman fleet sat at anchor twiddling its thumbs and refusing to bring the hammer down on Carthage, Genseric laid his plans carefully. Some of his ships he loaded with every man he could find who could carry a sword. Soldier, civilian, didn't really matter. Here's a spear, you get on this ship. Here's an axe, you get on that ship. But a few of these ships he left empty. These he loaded with flammable material, and yes, I can see where this is going. Then Genseric waited until the winds were right. And on the 5th day after buying off Basiliscus, the winds were right. The Vandal fleet set sail. Maybe Basiliscus thought they were just abandoning the city, or maybe he realized that he had been duped. Who knows? But as the Vandals approached, some of the ships started coming ahead of the rest, and oh my goodness, those ships are on fire. We should probably do something, and it's too late, isn't it? The fire ships smashed into the totally surprised and tightly bunched Roman fleet, and the fires quickly spread. As soon as the fiery chaos had the Romans thoroughly distracted, the rest of the Vandal fleet descended. Though I'm sure Genseric lost a few ships of his own to the fires, it was nothing compared to the Romans, who lost something like 600 ships, just about half their fleet. And who knows how many men went down with those ships. With the invasion in utter, bloody, fiery chaos, Basiliscus, who did not go down with any of his ships, decided to throw in the towel and withdraw.
If his plan all along had been to botch the invasion to make Leo look bad, then Basiliscus A. totally succeeded, but B. was about to discover something he had obviously overlooked. A debacle of this magnitude might reflect badly on an emperor, but it's also going to reflect really badly on the guy who actually led the debacle. Disgraced, Basiliscus basically had to go into hiding upon his return to Constantinople. Which is why the whole make Leo look bad explanation, while juicy, is not really a complete meal. Basiliscus had to have known that it would be bad for him too, right? I mean, obviously it wasn't supposed to go down as horribly as it did, but still, what could he have been thinking? Either way, Basiliscus is a dingbat. Seriously, go look this guy up. He is a jackass. The failed attempt to retake North Africa nearly bankrupted the treasuries of both East and West, and produced no tangible benefits. It would be 65 years before Constantinople made another stab at retaking North Africa. After the failures of 468, however, Anthemius refused to simply give up the ghost and accept that being Emperor of the West basically meant being the kind of ruler of the Italian peninsula. So, like Majorian, Anthemius attempted to keep pressing back against the tide of history, and in 469 he instigated a campaign to retake Gaul. During the uncertain years of the interregnum, when Ricimer ruled alone, the Goths up in Aquitaine became filled with a new expansionist spirit. In 466, Theodoric II had been killed by his far more ambitious younger brother Euric, and under Euric's leadership, the Goths began to spread deeper into both Spain and Gaul, slowly annexing more and more territory. With his treasury drained, Anthemius was unable to halt this spread himself, but he did induce Reothamus, the king of the Bretons, to fight on Rome's behalf. Possibly coming down from the island of Britain, but more likely coming in from the Brittany Peninsula, Reothamus did indeed march on Rome's behalf, but he was beaten and driven back by the newly empowered Goths. This brief little war is hardly worth mentioning in itself, but it is interesting in that Reothamus is one of the possible candidates for the title of historical King Arthur. The next year saw no time for any kind of positive steps forward for the West, because the brief honeymoon period between Ricimer and Anthemius was about to come to an abrupt end, as we all knew that it would. At some point in 470, a plot to assassinate Anthemius was uncovered in the upper reaches of the imperial court. This plot centered around the Master of Offices, a man named Romanus, and after the plot was discovered, Anthemius understandably responded by executing Romanus for his treachery. The only hitch was that Romanus was a Ricimer man through and through, and the virtual king of Italy did not appreciate it when one of his close associates was killed by some foreign aristocrat who thought himself emperor. Immediately after the execution, Ricimer gathered up 6,000 men and marched them into Milan, shutting the gates behind them. Anthemius was down in Rome when Ricimer decided to occupy Milan, and it was very clear to everyone that some kind of civil war was about to break out. But just as things were about to get out of hand, both sides decided to pull back. The Bishop of Pavia, a man named Epiphanius, acted as a go-between, and the two rival leaders agreed to a one-year truce. Epiphanius, incidentally, was just getting started on a long and distinguished diplomatic career, and was eventually made Saint Epiphanius. And incidentally, a biography written in the early 500s detailing the bishop's adventures through the crazy post-Roman Western world forms a key primary source for a lot of what we're talking about here today. Anyway, with a civil war averted, Anthemius took his one-year truce with Ricimer and used it to once again attempt to reassert some control in Gaul, and push back the encroaching Goths. An army led by Anthemius' own son crossed the Alps in 471, but history had turned decisively against the imperial authorities in Italy. The Romans were beaten back, and the Goths wound up stronger than ever, controlling virtually all of southern Gaul and severing the last link between Rome and the domain of the Soissons, the last remnant of Roman authority left in the north. With Anthemius failing to make headway in Gaul, his popularity in Italy faltered badly. His standing with the Italians had never been that great, since they all saw him as some foreigner butting his head into their affairs, but they were willing to go along with him, since he had the backing of the East, and who knows, maybe he can pull a rabbit out of his hat. But when he failed to pull out the rabbit, they turned on him. When the one-year truce with Ricimer expired, the virtual king was crouched and ready to pounce. Anthemius' position was so weak that he didn't even bother trying to meet strength with strength. Instead, he feigned an illness and asked for asylum within St. Peter's. This move bought him time to send word to Leo that the natives had gotten restless and that maybe some muscle from the east was in order. But Leo was still reeling from the disastrous misadventure in North Africa, and plus, he really didn't have any muscle to send. So instead, he sent one man, who had some standing in the west, to broker another truce: Olybrius. Now, sending Olybrius was perhaps a curious choice. Sure, the nobility of the West was bound to at least hear him out. He was, after all, one of them. But at the same time, this is a guy who has a reasonably valid claim to the throne himself. Certainly, Genseric would back him at the first chance he got. So how did Leo not think that Olybrius wouldn't just show up, cut a deal with Ricimer, oust Anthemius, and then make common cause with the Vandals? Well, for starters, Olybrius had to leave his wife and daughter behind in Constantinople, which is enough to keep most men honest. But beyond that, there is one other small point of importance. Leo did not really want Olybrius to broker a truce between Ricimer and Anthemius. What Leo really wanted was for Anthemius' rule to be made perfectly secure. Ricimer threatened that security. Olybrius, with his own claims to power, also threatened that security. So right before the diplomatic mission sailed, Leo went to one of the sub-secretaries and entrusted him with the real plan. The sub-secretary was given a note for Anthemius' eyes only. I want you to kill Ricimer and Olybrius as soon as you get this. Next week, though, we will see how maybe Leo should not have put this in writing. Ricimer had men stationed all over Italy, and when the diplomatic mission from Constantinople arrived at the port of Ostia, Ricimer had men there too. Men with orders to search everyone and everything aboard to determine whether this thing was on the level. When Ricimer discovered Leo's note, that's going to be the end of Anthemius, even though technically he had nothing to do with anything. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 178, Not with a Bang, but a Whimper. Last time, we left off with Anthemius holed up in Rome, and Ricimer making all kinds of noises about ousting the Eastern appointed emperor and replacing him with someone more pliable. When Olybrius and his little diplomatic mission showed up from Constantinople in the spring of 472, those noises turned into direct action. Hidden among the papers of one of the secretaries was a message from Leo to Anthemius directing his western colleague to kill Ricimer and Olybrius, in order to eliminate these two most obvious threats to Anthemius' rule. When Ricimer's men discovered the message, they showed it to their boss, who showed it to Olybrius. Both were outraged and agreed that they should join forces and kill Anthemius before he could kill them. Their agreement was sealed right then and there when Ricimer ordered his men to hail Olybrius as the new Augustus of the West. Now, this is never mentioned in the sources, but I can't help but wonder about the credibility of Ricimer in all this. I mean, think about it. Ricimer's men just so happen to find a written note from Leo that leaves Olybrius with no choice but to side with the virtual king of Italy instead of carrying out his original mission of brokering a peace. I mean, it might very well be true that Leo sent along handwritten, murderous orders, but it's not like it's implausible that Ricimer just made the whole thing up, you know? Word quickly reached Rome that a coup had begun down the road, and Anthemius rushed out of hiding to direct the gates of the city be shut and the defenses manned. He then sent messengers up the imperial post roads to Gaul to summon all the available forces there left under imperial command. But by the time the messengers arrived, whatever forces were left in Gaul had already begun to fracture. The available soldiers split between the Magister Militum, a general named Bilimer, and a Burgundian chief named Gundobad, who just so happened to be Ricimer's nephew. Gundobad had at one point served as Magister Militum for Gaul, but at some point he had been replaced by Bilimer, either following the near-civil war of the previous year, or right at this very moment. By which I mean that, knowing he couldn't trust Gundobad, Anthemius sent his plea for help to Bilimer, officially making him Magister Militum in the same breath. Whichever way it went down, when the coup erupted, two forces wound up marching down from Gaul to help, one led by Bilimer to reinforce Anthemius, and the other led by Gundobad to reinforce Ricimer and Olybrius. It is hard to see this ever really working out for Anthemius. He was, after all, a stranger in a strange land, and most of the local nobility was solidly in Ricimer's camp. But the emperor did somehow manage to keep Rome shut tight, at least into the early summer. It seems pretty clear, though, that he was pinning all his hopes on reinforcements from Gaul, and morale within Rome was almost entirely based on the assumption that relief was on its way. When that relief showed up in July, though, the air really went out of Anthemius' sails. Bilimer arrived with his troops from Gaul all right, but he was promptly defeated in battle by Ricimer's forces. This brief battle is interesting to us for two reasons. First, it pretty much ended any hope Anthemius had of escaping this thing with his life, and second, it marks the first appearance in the historical record of Odoacer, who was a commander of some high-level bodyguards who had gone over to Ricimer back in the spring. With Bilimer defeated, the entire citizen body of Rome essentially deserted Anthemius, as there was absolutely no reason for any one of them to suffer or die on his behalf. He was simply not a ship worth going down with. So as the gates of Rome were opened and Ricimer's men came pouring in, once again Anthemius took refuge within a church. There is some disagreement as to whether he went back to St. Peter's, or whether he holed up in Santa Maria of Trastevere, but it doesn't make much difference, because it didn't do him any good. He was tracked down by a search party led by Gundobad, and when the fallen emperor was found, Gundobad paid very little attention to the sanctity of the church. Anthemius was immediately beheaded. He was about 50 years old, and had been emperor for just over 5 years. There are now 4 emperors left. Anthemius was the last who had any sort of talent or ability. With Anthemius dead, and Olybrius now elevated in his place, the Italian nobility, who were already mostly with Ricimer, were now doubly happy because Olybrius, one of their own, was back in power. But the man who had to have been happiest of all was the Vandal king Genseric. He had been fighting and arguing and pleading and cajoling to get Olybrius on the throne for years, going all the way back to the fall of Avitus and Ricimer's initial rise to power back in 458. Now he finally had what he wanted. The brother-in-law of his daughter-in-law now sat on the throne of the West. These were happy days for the Vandal king. Just a few years after it looked like he was going to be toppled from power by a massive invasion fleet, not only was he still standing, but he had finally gotten his way. Happy, happy days. But fate, oh fate, she has a wicked sense of humor. First she giveth, and then she taketh away. But at first, she appeared to be truly in the giving sort of mood, at least from Genseric's point of view. Because in August of 472, just a month after Anthemius' fall, Ricimer, the virtual king of Italy, keeled over dead. The historical diagnosis is massive hemorrhage. He was about 67 years old and had been the virtual king of Italy for 15 years, bridging the gap between Stilicho and Odoacer. So from Genseric's point of view, this all could not be working out better. The only thing that would have stopped him from exerting a huge amount of influence over Olybrius was Ricimer, and now Ricimer was dead. The only thing that could possibly screw this up is if Olybrius were to, suddenly keel over dead himself. And what are the odds of that happening? What's that you say? Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. In late October or early November 472, Olybrius died of dropsy. Though no one seems to want to give me a solid birth date, he was maybe in his mid-40s when he died, and had been emperor for 6 months or 3 months, depending on whether you date his reign from his elevation by Ricimer or from the fall of Anthemius. Just like that, there are only 3 emperors left. Well, 2 if you happen to be a partisan of Julius Nepos, but mainstream history does not appear to be a partisan of Julius Nepos. When Ricimer died, he was immediately succeeded by his nephew Gundobad, who, after killing Anthemius in a church, had proven himself to be a man you did not want to mess around with. So when Olybrius died a few months later, the power that had normally been reverting to Ricimer instead reverted to Gundobad. The new virtual king of Italy pondered what he was going to do about the vacant throne over the winter of 472-473, and then in March decided to elevate the unknown, well, unknown to us anyway, captain of the elite court bodyguard, Glycerius, about whom we know next to nothing before he becomes emperor in March of 473. Glycerius' elevation, like I should note the elevation of Olybrius the year before, was never recognized in the East. For Leo, Anthemius had been the legitimate emperor of the West, and everything that had happened since his death amounted to illegal usurpation. Had Olybrius lived, Leo would have certainly tried to toss him out and replace him with another Eastern candidate, but Olybrius died before Leo could even begin to plan a counter-revolution, so it was left to Glycerius to deal with the wrath of Constantinople. Well, not exactly the wrath of Constantinople. Though the East had recovered somewhat from its debacle in North Africa, I doubt Leo had any interest in sending another army off to the West. For example, it probably would have been political suicide. So instead, he got in touch with the aforementioned Julius Nepos, and talked him into mounting an expedition to oust the usurpers in Italy. Nepos was the nephew of the general Marcellinus, and he had inherited his uncle's quasi-independent territory of Dalmatia, and as such had access to a good number of Hun and Goth mercenaries. Leo essentially told Nepos that Constantinople was prepared to recognize him as emperor of the West should he decide to go seize the throne from Glycerius. This sounded like a pretty good deal to Nepos, so he started to prepare for an invasion. But Julius Nepos' invasion was not the only invasion Glycerius and Gundobad had to contend with. Up in Gaul, the Goth king Euric was getting even more ambitious, and it appears that he had designs on perhaps sweeping down and seizing northern Italy for himself. At the same time, another Goth king named Witimer, who ran a little autonomous kingdom between the Danube and Dalmatia, also appears to have been considering making a run at Italy. Which brings me to a point that I probably should have made a long time ago, but I didn't for decent reasons that eventually became a little ridiculous. Back during the initial run-up to the Battle of Adrianople, we distinguish between the Tervingi and Greuthungi branches of the Goth nation. But ever since then, it's just sort of been Goth this and Goth that. This was mostly because, for the last century, we've been dealing exclusively with Alaric's Goths, the Tervingi, whose descendants are now firmly established in Gaul, so there was no need to make any distinction. But what about that most famous of Goth distinctions? If you listen to the history of Rome, you would never know that there was something called a Visigoth and something called an Ostrogoth. So, what is an Ostrogoth and what is a Visigoth? Well, at first, I avoided the terminology because it was not invented until way later, and is often anachronistically misapplied to the groups that we've been dealing with, and I didn't want to get caught in the trap. But by this point, the late 400s, even if the labels weren't contemporaneously used, everyone agrees that we call these guys Visigoths and those guys Ostrogoths. So who were they? Well, essentially, all Visigoth means is Western Goth, and all Ostrogoth means is Eastern Goth. So Alaric's Goths, who had moved into Italy and then up into Gaul, became known as the Visigoths. The Goths who stayed behind, straddling the Danube and contending with the Huns, became known as the Ostrogoths. So, for example, history books often speak of the Visigoth sack of Rome in 410, and the Ostrogoth kingdom that was established in Italy following the fall of the Western Empire. In terms of reality, these signifiers mean very little. But in terms of understanding history and keeping things straight in your head, Visigoth and Ostrogoth is actually a fairly important distinction. So, now you know. What that means is that up in Gaul, the Visigoth king Euric was likely planning an invasion of Italy, and over south of the Danube, his counterpart, the Ostrogoth king Witimer, was contemplating the same thing. The great fear down in Ravenna, where Glycerius had taken up residence, was that the two great branches of the Goth nation would join forces and crush what was left of the empire. Possibly to Glycerius' great credit, though, or maybe it was just luck, not only did the two Goth branches not link up, but neither wound up invading Italy. This may have been the work of Gundobad, though, who, right around this same time, returned to Gaul to attend to some family business. It is not unreasonable to assume that the ethnic Burgundian used his contacts within the neighboring Visigoth community to secure a peace. But neither Gundobad nor Glycerius was able to do anything about Julius Nepos, who was not going to be deterred by anything unless his patron Leo died and threw Constantinople's backing of the adventure into doubt. But that's not going to happen. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. In January of 474, Leo the Thracian died. He was 74 years old and had been Emperor of the East for 17 years. When he died, he was officially succeeded by his grandson Leo II. But since the new emperor was maybe only 6 years old, power really wound up in the hands of Leo I's son-in-law and Leo II's father, the Isaurian general Zeno. Zeno had risen to prominence as part of Emperor Leo's push to get out from under the domination of Aspar and the Germanic commanders who had dominated the court of Constantinople. Leo had used the debacle in North Africa, among other things, as an excuse to turn on the man who had made him emperor all those years ago, and in 471, Aspar and his son Ardabur were executed. Zeno, meanwhile, was a leading member of Leo's new favorite clique of military officers, and he was married to the emperor's daughter in 466. When Aspar fell, Zeno stepped into his place. When Leo died, Zeno became co-emperor along with his son Leo II. When Leo II died that November, Zeno claimed imperial power for himself. The official report says that Leo II died of natural causes, but conspiracy theories abound about who really killed the boy, and I, of course, tend to believe that Livia did it. Fortunately for Julius Nepos, Zeno seemed amenable to the idea of ousting Glycerius and backing Nepos' claim to the throne. After all, as Leo's chief military advisor, Zeno had almost certainly come up with the idea himself. So in June of 474, Julius Nepos and his army sailed from Dalmatia, down around the Italian peninsula, and landed at the mouth of the Tiber, probably on the right bank, at the imperial port of Portus. Glycerius appears to have been alerted to the fact that Nepos was sailing around Italy, and he rushed down to Rome to meet him. Whether he intended to offer up any resistance is an open question, but when Julius Nepos docked, it was immediately obvious that his forces were much stronger than anything Glycerius had at his disposal. As I said, Gundobad was still up in Gaul while all this was happening, leaving Glycerius to deal with the invasion by himself. It is also possible that he rushed down to Rome to take the pulse of the Senate and see where they stood. Were they disposed to back him, or would they abandon him for the newcomer? With the answer appearing to be back the newcomer, Glycerius gave it up. When Nepos arrived, Glycerius was there to meet him, and he surrendered without so much as a sword being drawn. Glycerius was in his mid-50s, and had been emperor for just over a year. Nepos, for his part, took this bloodless victory well, and instead of killing Glycerius, he followed the lead of Ricimer and Majorian, and made Glycerius a bishop, specifically the bishop of Salona, the major port city in Nepos' home province of Dalmatia, which is more famous to students of Roman history as the city where Diocletian retired to following his abdication in 305. With Glycerius out of the picture, there are now just 2 emperors left, unless you believe Julius Nepos, and lots of good people think that we really ought to believe Julius Nepos. After being accepted as emperor by the Senate, Nepos set to work laying the foundation for his long and glorious rule. His first order of business was officially firing Gundobad, and elevating a Gallic native named Ecdicius to the rank of Magister Militum. Ecdicius's main claim to fame was that he was the son of Avitus, and if Julius was going to ever have any hope of recovering Gaul, he was going to need the support of the Gallic Romano nobility. Since most of them still carried a torch for Avitus, Avitus's son was brought into the administration. With Ecdicius almost certainly doing the negotiating, Julius Nepos got his reign off to a fine start by working out a land swap peace deal with Euric and the Visigoths. In exchange for the Gothic withdrawal from Provence, the Romans would grant them title to lands further north and west that they had no hope of reclaiming right now anyway. There is some disagreement in the historical record about how and why this plan was approved, with some blaming Ecdicius for blundering away territory, but the general consensus seems to be that this was Nepos' conscious plan from the start, to maintain a geographically contiguous territory, and worry about unreachable pockets of Roman territory, like the domain of Soissons, later. The chroniclers, like Jordanus, who tend to blame Ecdicius's blundering, use that alleged blundering to explain the rise of Orestes, because in early 475, Orestes was suddenly and inexplicably made Magister Militum at Ecdicius's expense. Orestes was a soldier and politician of Germanic descent, who had once upon a time been attached to Attila the Hun's court, serving as a secretary and diplomat for the Hun king. When the Huns sent envoys to Constantinople to demand more indemnity payments, you can be sure that Orestes was on at least a few of those missions. After Hun unity was shattered after the death of Attila in the 450s, Orestes appears to have drifted into the western orbit, and by the 470s, somehow, he had become a prominent member of the Western establishment. He was also the father of a young boy named Romulus. The exact reasons for his elevation are obscure. Either it was indeed because Ecdicius had freelanced the deal with the Goths over Nepos' head, and so he got the big ugly axe. But another explanation is that the elevation of Orestes was engineered by the Senate, who, though they technically acquiesced to Nepos' rule when he had a very strong army in their backyard, were now trying to undermine him. In this telling, Ecdicius was not recalled to Italy because he was being fired. He was recalled to Italy to help Nepos fend off a possible attack by the suddenly emboldened Orestes. Whichever it was, in mid-475, Orestes organized a revolt against Nepos in Rome. Whether the emperor was in Ravenna at the time, or whether he just fled there when he found out what Orestes was up to, is unknown. But it seems pretty clear that Orestes marched north at the head of some kind of army, and Nepos, fearing for his life, boarded a ship and fled to Dalmatia. Though he would never relinquish his claim to power, he would remain in Dalmatia as a quasi-private citizen until he was finally killed in 480. During the 5 years he spent in Salona in exile, his personal bishop was none other than the deposed Glycerius, which I believe marks only the second time that two former emperors were able to get together and just kind of shoot the breeze. The first being the brief imperial summit attended by both Diocletian and Maximian in 308, after the Tetrarchy started to break down. When Orestes arrived in Ravenna and found that Julius Nepos had flown the coop, he decided to take the logical step and seize power. But probably due to his Germanic extraction and old connections to Attila the Hun, Orestes didn't presume to claim the throne for himself. Although, that said, no one really knows why Orestes did not proclaim himself emperor, or why his son would have been more acceptable. For example, Gibbon simply states that it was, quote, for some secret motive, unquote. Whatever those secret motives were, on October the 31st, 475, 14 or 15-year-old Romulus Augustulus, the Little Augustus, was proclaimed emperor in Ravenna. So now you can see why Julius Nepos keeps raising a stink about how he's really the last emperor of the Western Empire. He had the backing of Constantinople. After marrying one of Leo's nieces, he had ties to the Eastern imperial family. He had been driven off by an illegal coup led by some barbarian secretary of Attila the Hun. His successor was a 14-year-old puppet. So why does he get to be the last emperor of the West and not me? I'll still be claiming imperial authority until they kill me in 480. Shouldn't the fall of the West at least be linked to my death, not the exile of some anonymous kid? Well, unfortunately, that's not the way history remembers it, my friend, but your objections are duly noted for the record. Julius Nepos was in his mid-40s, and he had been emperor for just about a year, though he would maintain his claim to the throne for another 4 years, until he was murdered in 480. Orestes settled into Ravenna to lay the groundwork for his own long and glorious rule, but unlike Nepos, who actually got off to a fairly decent start, Orestes started screwing things up right off the bat. Shortly after seizing power, the new puppet master of Italy was approached by a group of federated soldiers, who demanded what soldiers had been demanding from time immemorial: better pay and more land. Orestes, feeling awfully secure in his position for absolutely no good reason, refused to grant any sort of concessions. So the soldiers went to their captain, who just so happened to be Odoacer, and asked him to please do something about this joker calling the shots in Ravenna. Odoacer agreed to do something about him, all right. In August of 476, Odoacer told him that if they wanted, he would lead them in revolt against Orestes, that he would rid them of their problem, and if all went well, rid them of haughty imperial bureaucrats forever. 5 days later, Odoacer marched on Ravenna and caught Orestes near Piacenza. The little snake was trying to sneak away. He was executed immediately. A few days later, Odoacer entered Ravenna, killed Orestes' brother, occupied the imperial palace, and tracked down young Romulus Augustulus. Taking pity on the boy, who was, after all, just a puppet of his father, Odoacer decided to let the boy live, and he exiled him down to an estate in Campania. Romulus Augustulus was maybe 15 or 16 years old, and he was emperor for 10 months. So, no, the Western Empire did not exactly go out with a bang. After deposing the boy emperor, Odoacer collected up the imperial regalia, put it in a package bound for Constantinople with a note for the Emperor Zeno. There is no longer any need for separate empires. A single emperor is enough. I will rule Italy in your name, but don't bother sending any imperial replacements. With that, the line of Western emperors was truly broken. Yes, Julius Nepos, I hear you wailing over there, but did you ever make it back to Italy? Were you ever able to wrest back control of your empire from Odoacer? No? Well, okay then. You and Glycarius go back to playing backgammon, or whatever it is that you do. So, that's it, right? I mean, here we are. Today is someday. It is 476 AD, and Romulus Augustulus, last emperor of the Western Empire, has just been exiled. The History of Rome podcast, as once upon a time defined by me, is over. But it wouldn't be very nice of me to just go off and leave you like that, so we will be back next week for one final episode. All good stories have an epilogue, so the History of Rome shall too have an epilogue. A chance to wrap things up, ponder all the stuff that comes after 476 that we didn't get to, wonder aloud why the West fell but the East kept right on trucking, and gaze in awe at the legacy of the Roman Empire. Are we going to stumble upon a grand unified theory of Roman history? I doubt it, but it will be good to digest what we've all been through and what will come next. So I will see you next week for the final episode of the History of Rome. Unless, of course, we have a baby in the next 7 days, in which case, see ya. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 100,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 30-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am not going to recommend anything. I'm just going to note again that there are over 100,000 titles to choose from. So go browse the catalog, find something you like, download it, and listen to it. Audible is a good service with a great selection, and I would encourage you all to take advantage of it. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the final episode of the History of Rome, episode 179, The End. About 5 years ago, I got it into my head to start a podcast. After hearing 12 Byzantine rulers and loving it, I tried to find a podcast on Roman history, because surely there must be one, but I came up empty. I was in the middle of reading The War with Hannibal by Livy, and thought that, man, there is a lot of really cool stories buried in here that never see the light of day, because, my God, this reading is so dry. So I started to think that maybe I should start a podcast about Roman history. I went and snagged my copy of the Early History of Rome by Livy and used it to outline the first dozen or so episodes, the 7 kings, the 12 tables, the sack of Rome. Then I Googled how to podcast. Then I fought bitterly with technology for about a week. Then I got it all straightened out. And on July 27th, 2007,
I published the first episode of the cleverly titled History of Rome. Then I settled into a nice routine of publishing every Sunday night. We went through the early quasi-mythical period of half-remembered legend because Brennus and the Gauls burned Rome to the ground in 390 BC. We went from the kings through the establishment of the Republic, the conflict of the orders, Roman expansion out into Italy, wars with the Etruscans and Latins and the Samnites, and history started to become less mythical and more concrete. Finally, we got into the bits that I really wanted to get into from the beginning, the Punic Wars. Hannibal and Scipio, the great struggle that left Rome the strongest power in the Mediterranean world. Then we started running into problems with hosting, because amazingly, too many people were listening to the show, and it was crashing archive.org. Then we ran into problems with episode limits on the blogging service I was using, but we kept going and made it into the 100s BC and the conquest of Greece, the civil unrest let loose by the Gracchi brothers, the rise of Marius, and the rise of Sulla. Then, for those of you who have been around that long, you'll remember that the show went on hiatus for 7 months because I completely burned out. For those of you who discovered the show later, just know that the whole thing almost died at episode 33, Marius and Sulla. But it only almost died. I bought a new laptop and decided that I would hate myself forever if I didn't finish the job. I had planned to do about 75 episodes, and I was all ready to the breakdown of the Republic, so I didn't want to be the guy who swam 2/3 of the English Channel, got tired, and swam back. So then we went through the civil wars of Marius and Sulla, the rise of Crassus and Pompey, and then finally to the rise of Julius Caesar. It was at about episode 40 that I realized I was in big trouble. An entire episode was dedicated to a single year. But there was too much information, too much that we needed to understand, so progress ground to a complete halt. The fall of the Republic set the pace for the whole rest of the series. It took about 50 episodes to cover the 700 years from 753 to 60 BC, and it would take 140 more episodes to cover the remaining 500 years. But I didn't care. I was blissing out and loving every minute that I got to spend toiling away on my never-ending project. When the Julio-Claudian dynasty fell, I got married, and we moved from Portland, Oregon to Austin, Texas. With the new headquarters established, we plowed through the Flavians and the Antonines and started running into bad trouble like the Marcomanni Wars and Commodus. Then the Severans came along. Everything became a lot more militant and a lot more sinister. And then in the middle of the 3rd century, the Roman Empire really should have ended. And in many ways it did. That crisis period has since become one of my favorite periods in Roman history, mostly because no one ever talks about it. No one ever goes into detail about it. It's always, well, the Severan dynasty fell apart, and things were really super crazy for 50 years. Okay, on to Diocletian and Constantine. But the crisis of the 3rd century is fascinating. It is utterly fascinating. It took us 16 episodes to get through that 50-year period alone. I think it was totally worth it. When we emerged from the crisis years, it was on to Diocletian and the Tetrarchy, and then the rise of Constantine and Christianity. Constantinople was founded while I was in Italy, enjoying the first of 3 Roman history tours, which was just an awesome, awesome time. historyofrometour.com. Yes, even though the show is ending, we want to keep doing them, but I will get to that. When I got back, we rolled into the breakdown of the Constantinian dynasty, Julian the Apostate, then on to Valentinian and Valens. Then we found out that Mrs. History of Rome was pregnant. Then it was on to the Battle of Adrianople and the rise of Theodosius. Things started to get really bad now. The barbarians were coming, but they were not going away. The empire split into east and west, but not really. The legions became almost entirely mercenary. Germanic generals were pulling the strings, but that wasn't a bad thing at all because the emperors were just terrible buffoons at this point. Stilicho gave way to Aetius just as I went back to school, because yes, I've been attending UT for the last 4 months and still putting out the show every week because I have no life. Then Gaul was overrun, and Spain was overrun, and North Africa was seized by the Vandals. Attila the Hun arrived just as I was heading off for the 4th History of Rome tour, which was another awesome time. Aetius gave way to Ricimer, the West began circling the drain, the final shadow emperors came and went, Romulus Augustulus was crowned, and then he was exiled. Our baby boy is due any day now. I am ready. Mrs. the History of Rome, I can promise you, is really ready. And so, the history of Rome is over. 5 years of work, 675,000 words, 189 episodes, 74 hours of content. Good Lord, what a hell of a damn thing. Since we are at the end, it is worth taking a moment to wonder why this is the end. I mean, of the Roman Empire, not of the podcast. Now, as I already discussed, there are lots of arbitrary lines in the sand we can draw to say, before this Rome, after this, no more Rome, and I'm stopping at 476 out of a vague sense of historical convention. I don't really want to get into the debate about the superiority of this arbitrary line versus that arbitrary line, especially since one of the strongest arguments out there is that no one should talk about the fall of the Roman Empire until the Turks start blasting a hole in the side of the Theodosian walls in 1453, and that is just too far in the future for me to deal with. And besides, by that time, the descendants of Rome ruled a Greek-speaking, Orthodox Christian-believing empire, which is, really, a wholly different cultural construction than the Latin-speaking pagans we began our journey with. So something clearly had changed. Something had broken down. Is the political, economic, and cultural makeup of Italy, for example, different in 800 AD than it was during the age of the Antonines? Clearly, yes. Was that makeup different in 600 than it was during the age of Constantine? I would say they were getting closer, but still, yes. What about 500 and 400? Well, much less so, but a few important things had changed. Strong emperors had been replaced by puppet emperors who had been replaced by no emperors. Tight borders had given way to porous borders, had given way to no borders. So something pretty important happened in the 5th and 6th centuries. And though it was a gradual transition, that does not mean we can't still talk about the fall of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire fell at some point. That much, at least, I think we can all agree on. So the question is, why did Rome fall when it did? Or, more precisely, why did the western half of the empire fall? Well, I have joked that there are 256 different reasons why the Western Empire fell, and though I am obviously exaggerating, it is not that much of an exaggeration. The decline and fall of something as monumentally complex as the Roman Empire is not going to be able to be explained away by one or two simple causes. Now, everyone has a pet theory, something they want to highlight over everything else, and Lord knows I've got my own suspicions, but the basic fact is that all of these theories are likely correct to some degree, and each played off each other in a synergistic orgy of destruction. In his nice little summation, The Fall of the Roman Empire, for example, Michael Grant offers 14 interacting tensions that led to the fall of the West. And just to give you a sense of the scope and flavor of what we're talking about, here they are. The generals against the state, the people against the army, the poor against the state, the rich against the state, the middle class against the state, the people against the bureaucrats, the people against the emperor, ally against ally, race against race, dropouts against society, the state against free belief, complacency against self-help, the other world against this world. Now, I tend to break all of this down into 6 broad categories, which I'd like to run through briefly with you now. Political factors, economic factors, military factors, social factors, religious factors, and environmental factors. Though we are not going to land on a definitive answer for why the Western Empire fell, it will still be fun to walk through each of these to give you an idea of what Rome was really up against in the late 400s. First, there are the political factors. By 476 AD, the governing apparatus of the Western Empire had become a brittle farce. The centralized regimentation introduced by Diocletian, which had perhaps given the empire a new lease on life during the 300s, was now killing it. The quality of the emperors, as you may have noticed, declined precipitously after the death of Theodosius, so the very center of this strict regimentation had become rotten. The emperors had all the theoretical power in the world, but that power was being wielded by cloistered fools, totally disconnected from the empire they allegedly ran. Plus, given that the communication networks of the day were falling apart along with everything else, even a great emperor couldn't hope to achieve what his propaganda and his edicts promised that he could. Local autonomy had thus become simultaneously dead and more important than ever, a contradictory circle that had become more difficult to square with each passing day. The bureaucracy was hopelessly corrupt. The best educated declined to enter state service because it was rightly viewed as a corrupt and dangerous occupation. The political apparatus, in other words, was broke and getting broker. Then there are the economic factors. We have already discussed at length the debilitating inflation that plagued the Western Empire in its final years. This inflation essentially destroyed the middle class and left the West divided between a few super-wealthy landowners and the uncountable poor masses. Adding to the dilemma was a system of imperial taxation which ground those poor masses even deeper into the dirt. The super-wealthy were able to defer tax payments until one of those moments of debt cancellation, or else they were able to use their influence to win tax exemptions. This left the poor classes, who had no such influence, to shoulder the burdens of state, burdens that far outweighed their ability to pay. So increasingly, they turned to the wealthy patrons for relief, essentially becoming indentured servants in exchange for the wealthy estate owner covering their tax bills, which laid the groundwork for the feudal system that would rule Europe for the next 1,000 years. This broken economic system also completely severed the bonds of patriotic loyalty that had once upon a time kept the political system functioning. The poor saw the state as a predator to be avoided at all cost. The rich saw it as a petty annoyance to be ignored at all cost. By the late 400s, the Western economy was disintegrating, and the central government was starved of funds. And then, of course, there are the military factors. The legions had been the backbone of the empire for a millennium, but by the 400s, the legions, as we had once known them, were essentially dead. Service in the army was seen by the free citizens as slavery by another name. Hard, dirty, and dangerous work that offered few rewards. The rich and poor alike conspired to hide potential conscripts from the state forces so that they could stay and work the large estates that were fast becoming the backbone of the new political and economic order. As a consequence, the imperial authorities turned increasingly to Germanic mercenaries who were all too happy to do the Romans' fighting for them. But of course, after Adrianople, these forces ceased even fighting under Roman officers, and instead joined as whole national armies, fighting under their own kings. Though the emperors had little choice, and these barbarian forces fought hard for Rome, there is no getting around the fact that the objectives of Rome and the objectives of the barbarian mercenaries were never going to line up completely, because each viewed the other as an other. In effect, the empire was no longer able to raise a national army. It could only pay for protection. And this, I can assure you, is an unsustainable model of self-defense. Which brings us to the social factors, and my own personal hobby horse when it comes to explaining the decline of the Western Empire. The failure of the Western Empire to integrate their new Germanic inhabitants. One of the great geniuses of Rome had always been its ability to instantly incorporate new ideas and new peoples and new technologies into their empire without being weighed down by prejudice. It's what allowed them to own and operate one of the most ethnically diverse empires in history for hundreds and hundreds of years. When the Roman system began to fail in the 3rd century, for example, it was not senators on the Palatine Hill who led the rebirth of Rome. It was a group of Illyrian officers, mostly peasant-born Illyrian officers at that. Were it not for Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, Probus, Diocletian, the emperor would have collapsed. Of that, I am quite sure. But as Rome reached a new crisis point, the ruling aristocracy suddenly became obsessed with racial prejudices. The most capable men of the age, Stilicho, Alaric, Aetius, Genseric, Theodoric, were all kept at arm's distance from access to real imperial power by an Italian aristocracy that suddenly began asserting the necessity of ethnic separation. The quote-unquote barbarians of the 5th century were flatly denied the respect of Rome. Their nations were settled in Roman territory as separate nations. Their leaders kept out of the imperial structure and forced to live either as antagonists like Genseric or Alaric, or as protagonists like Stilicho and Aetius, who were treated as second-class leaders. And if they weren't second-class leaders, then why aren't we talking about Emperor Stilicho and Emperor Aetius? Mostly, it's because the senators of the West refused to consider the possibility of a German-born emperor. In another parallel universe, the leadership of the West allows for the full social, moral, and political integration of the Germanic people into their empire in the 5th century, setting the stage for the rise of the German emperors, who, like the Illyrian emperors before them, revived the Roman name. These social forces were exacerbated by the religious factors. I will tread lightly on this subject and want to begin by saying that I do not accept Gibbon's argument that Christianity led to the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. But that said, the introduction of Christianity into the Roman bloodstream did lead to constant religious feuding that had been previously unknown to the Romans. Religious tolerance had always been one of the hallmarks of Roman rule and Roman unity. But by the 400s, there had been a transition to increasing religious intolerance. Christianity versus paganism, Nicaeans versus Arians, orthodoxy versus heresy. How many able administrators were caught up in the cycles of religious purges and counter-purges? How much time, energy, and resources were spent trying to bend the empire to one particular version of Christianity and then bend it back when another version rose to prominence? It would be impossible to calculate, but I can't help but think that everyone would have been better served if they have just left religion alone and focused their collective attention on the daily challenges of operating the empire instead. I am not prepared to say that religion was the main reason Rome fell, or even one of the most important reasons. But at a moment when the empire needed unity, religious intolerance acted as a disuniting force. Finally, there are the environmental factors. We are only just now beginning to pay attention to these sorts of conditional elements, but there is some evidence that between 250 and 550 AD, the climate of Europe began to fluctuate wildly. And this was not just a matter of gradual shifting, where the land that had once been good was now bad, but that from season to season there were crazy variations.
undermining the kind of predictability an agricultural society requires to remain stable. We certainly see in later years far more sudden famines than we saw previously, and far less ability to absorb those famines when they came. You throw into this mix other underlying environmental factors like plague, and you get increasing depopulation, leading to abandoned land and more famine. I think as we move forward, we will begin to understand more and more the role that climate shifts have played in the rise and fall of civilizations over the course of world history. Or maybe we won't. At the very least, it will be an interesting topic to keep an eye on. All of this, of course, raises one obvious question. If this is all true, then why didn't the East fall? There are, again, no easy answers here, but there are a few broad things to keep in mind. First, there is the question of geography. The West had an incredibly long Rhine frontier and an incredibly long Danube frontier to contend with. And once any portion of those frontiers was breached, our barbarian horde could pretty much go wherever it wanted within the empire. Gaul, Spain, Italy, wherever. And after the invasion of 405, this is exactly what happened. In the East, however, once the Huns or Goths or whoever went over the river, they were confined to Thrace and Macedonia. Any attempt to cross the Hellespont, and they'd run smack into Constantinople and its impenetrable walls. Thus, the far eastern provinces of Syria and Egypt, the economic lifeblood of the Eastern Empire, were shielded from any such attack. On their eastern flank, the East dealt only with the Sassanids, a stable and civilized empire that was interested in maintaining peaceful coexistence. This allowed them to avoid the kinds of territorial sheddings that the West was forced to endure throughout the 400s, at least until the Arabs show up. Second, there is the question of relative wealth, both of the imperial government itself and the East as a whole. The military shocks that hit the West in the 400s rapidly depleted its economic output, and as barbarian nations set up autonomous zones and wealthy nobles withdrew to their estates, the central government was cut off more and more from what little wealth was available. This simply did not happen in the East. And one can never discount the vital trade link to India and China that the Eastern Empire enjoyed. A trade link that was largely severed for the West by the time the axe finally fell. In terms of its ability to support itself then, the court at Constantinople was much, much richer than the court of Ravenna. Finally, there is the question of the imperial apparatus itself. Just as the West's middle class was being killed by a combination of inflation and overtaxation, the Eastern middle class was thriving as it found itself running the now famous Byzantine bureaucracy. Whereas in the West, the super elite had withdrawn its support and resources from the government, in the East, this really did not happen, leaving imperial service as a lucrative and honorable career choice. In the West, you get the feeling that what was left of the bureaucracy was staffed by sadistic gangsters, creating a vicious cycle of disloyalty, greed, and hatred between the people and the government. Though no one ever likes a tax collector, the Eastern bureaucracy just seemed to function a whole lot better, likely because it was staffed by better paid and more talented men. In the end, this is all so much food for thought, and it will remain impossible to conclusively pinpoint the exact set of reasons why the Western Empire fell apart when it did, and why the Eastern Empire did not. Every author you read will have his or own take, and every generation will produce new evidence that discredits old theories, and then future generations will come along and discredit the even newer theories, and at some point, someone will find new evidence that supports the old theories.
History is being constantly rewritten, and frankly, that is the one thing that will remain constant. Which brings me back to the present and a few thoughts on the future. First of all, just let me again express my deep, deep appreciation to everyone who has listened to the history of Rome over the years. I always tend to think of it as you guys letting me do this thing week in and week out. No audience, and I would have quit being able to justify spending so much time reading and writing and thinking about Roman history a long time ago. But you hung around in fairly large numbers, and so I got to keep doing it week after week after week. Thank you very, very much. It has been an honor and a privilege to be your guide through the endlessly fascinating history of Rome. If you've enjoyed this trip as much as I've enjoyed putting it together, and think it worth your while, I will note that there is a handy donation button at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. It will let you quantify your appreciation in dollars and cents. Those of you who have already donated are kind of blowing my mind with your generosity, and thank you very, very much. There is no suggested donation. Give whatever you feel is right, or don't. The History of Rome is free for all, no strings attached. But if every single person who heard this episode went and donated $10, well, let's just say that it would go a long way towards relieving the financial stresses of having a newborn right at the moment when you're walking away from a project that provides a goodly chunk of your monthly income. Obviously, I am going to spend the next few months focused on the fact that, holy crap, we're having a baby. But you will be happy to hear, at least I think you'll be happy to hear. If you're not happy to hear this, then why in the world did you just spend 74 hours listening to me blabber at you about Roman history? But my plan is to return to podcasting in the not-too-distant future. I even know what the next show is going to be about, and I have to tell you that I'm really, really excited about it. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, because I haven't ironed out all the details in my head, but I think it's going to be really cool, and I think you'll really dig it. The only things I'll leak is that it's not going to be ancient history, and it's not going to be American history. It's going to be something else. So what you should all do is keep your subscription to the History of Rome going. And if you're not subscribed, go ahead and get subscribed, because I'll use this feed to update you about future details. And we'll maybe just run the new show through that feed too, rather than trying to force everyone to jump subscriptions. I don't know. We'll see. Like I say, I haven't ironed out all the details yet. I will also keep you updated with information about any future History of Rome tour, which, like I say, are really fun, and we really want to keep doing them. So, there will be no next week, because there is no next week. Next time will be sometime down the road, and we'll be talking about something completely different. I wish you all the best of luck out there, and look forward to blathering in your ears about history again sometime soon. Goodbye. This has been The History of Rome. Hello, and welcome to this post-History of Rome update. So it's been a little over a year since the History of Rome wrapped up, and I think it's time for an update. So, here is an update. Initially, I was planning to start producing the next podcast sometime in mid to late 2014, but that plan has now been chucked out the window. About a month ago, Mrs. The History of Rome took a job in Madison, Wisconsin, and we dropped everything and moved north. This means that there is now a new plan that has me working on the next show right now. If all goes according to the new plan, the next show will debut sometime in early September 2013.
Also, I know that this is short notice, but tomorrow, May the 31st at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing an Ask Me Anything at Reddit, specifically the History subreddit. There is a link posted at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, and if someone wants to go ahead and ask me what the next show is about, I will answer them. Okay, so that is your update. I will see you tomorrow on Reddit, and if not, I will see you in September.
Hello. This is just a quick announcement that the new Revolutions podcast has officially launched. You can find it at revolutionspodcast.com, the iTunes Store, or anywhere else fine podcasts can be found. Hello, and welcome to The Storm Before the Storm. Chapter 1, The Beasts of Italy. 10 years ago today, I posted my first episode of The History of Rome. I thought it would be a fun hobby that would last about 18 months, and then I would get on with my life. Instead, the show ran for 5 successful years. Then I took a gamble, let The History of Rome come to its natural conclusion, and moved on to Revolutions, not really knowing if my audience would follow me. But you did, and apparently I need not have worried about that, and I am coming up on my 4th anniversary at Revolutions. Then 2.5 years ago, I was offered the opportunity to go back to my roots and write a book about Roman history, which was a thrilling opportunity, not just because it would tick write a book off my life's to-do list, which is, it's been there since I was about 8 years old. It also gave me the opportunity to go back and see my old friends, because though I ended the history of Rome and went and made new friends in the world of modern revolutions, my love for Roman history has never subsided, and it was great fun to go hang out with the old gang again. So what you're about to hear is Chapter 1 of The Storm Before the Storm, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic by Mike Duncan, forthcoming October the 24th, 2017, from Public Affairs. It is available for pre-order right now at your favorite local bookstore, or you can get it online at Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Powell's, IndieBound, Books A Million, wherever. If you like what you hear today, you can help me out a lot by going to pre-order it, because we want to get to 5,000 pre-orders to put it on the bestseller list so that everyone lets me write another book. You can also find more information about this at revolutionspodcast.com or the newly revamped as of today, thehistoryofrome.com. That's just thehistoryofrome.com. I finally secured the domain name, and thehistoryofrome.com makes it very easy to navigate the archives of the History of Rome. Thehistoryofrome.com is just probably what you always thought the History of Rome's website should have been, but never was, and now finally is. I will also take this opportunity to definitively answer a hearty yes to the question, will there be an audiobook version? You guys, of course there's going to be an audiobook version, and of course I will read it. It would have taken a whole series of blunders to not release the book as an audiobook, or even worse, to have someone else read it. Of course I'm going to read it. I am working with the good people at Hachette Audio, and it will be there for you in October. Don't worry, it will be my very great pleasure to read to you what I have written, just like I've always read to you what I have written, and like I am about to read to you what I have written right now. That is the very heart of our relationship. But you are going to want to get the physical copy too, right? I mean, if nothing else, I think we can all agree that the book just looks really cool. It's very aesthetically pleasing. So even if you keep a highly curated library of physical books, I can't imagine you're not going to want to get The Storm Before the Storm, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic by Mike Duncan, and put it up there on the shelf. Okay, so that's enough of that. But just to set up what you are about to hear, there is a prologue in the book that covers the backstory of the Roman Republic from its founding in 509 BC through the great imperial triumphs of 146 BC. That's when the Romans sacked both Carthage and Corinth in the same year and directly annexed Greece and North Africa into the empire. The prologue focuses heavily on Scipio Aemilianus, and talks about his relationship with the Greek philosopher Polybius, and then it explains Polybius's analysis of the Roman constitution and explains the basic republican institutions, and then it also introduces the concept of mos maiorum, which meant the way of the elders. And as I say in the prologue, even as political rivals competed for wealth and power, their shared respect for the strength of the client-patron relationship, the sovereignty of the assemblies, and the wisdom of the Senate kept the Romans from going too far. When the Republic began to break down in the late 2nd century, it was not the letter of Roman law that eroded, but respect for the mutually accepted bonds of mos maiorum. Then the prologue ends, as I just said, in 146 BC, with Aemilianus and Polybius watching Carthage burn. In fact, the end of the prologue reads, "But as he stood watching Carthage burn, Scipio Aemilianus reflected on the fate of this once great power. Overcome with emotion, he cried. His friend and mentor Polybius approached and asked why Aemilianus was crying. What better outcome could any man hope for? Aemilianus replied, 'A glorious moment, Polybius, but I have a dread foreboding that some day the same doom will be pronounced on my own country.' According to Roman tradition, Aemilianus then quoted a line from Homer, 'A day will come when sacred Troy shall perish, and Priam and his people shall be slain.' Aemilianus knew that no power endures indefinitely, that all empires must fall, and that there is nothing mortals can do about it. After that, you will turn the page and find yourself here. Chapter 1. The Beasts of Italy. Thieves of private property pass their lives in chains. Thieves of public property in riches and luxury. Cato the Elder. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus was watching as Carthage burned. In 146 BC, the teenager was on his first campaign and serving under the famous commander Scipio Aemilianus, a typical posting for the scion of an illustrious family. And the Gracchi were an illustrious family. First ennobled by Tiberius's great-grandfather, the family had risen in stature with each generation, culminating with Tiberius's father, whom Livy called, by far, the ablest and most energetic young man of his time. Over the course of his storied career, Gracchus the Elder served 2 consulships and was awarded 2 triumphs. Though his father died when Tiberius was just 10 years old, the boy knew his father's exploits well. He knew he had much to live up to. Tiberius's mother, Cornelia, was herself one of the most respected matrons in Roman history. She was the daughter of Scipio Africanus and wielded enormous influence inside the extended Scipione clan. After her husband, Gracchus the Elder, died in 154, Cornelia elected not to remarry, even turning down a marriage proposal from the king of Egypt, and instead dedicated herself to Tiberius and her other son, Gaius. She cultivated their education and hired renowned Greek tutors to expose the boys to the most advanced theories of the age. In an apocryphal but telling story, a wealthy noblewoman once showed off a set of beautiful jewels to Cornelia, who herself pointed to Tiberius and his younger brother Gaius and said, "Those are my jewels." As he grew to maturity, young Tiberius was admired for his intelligence and dignity. He was possessed of, quote, brilliant intellect, of upright intentions, and the highest virtues of which a man is capable when favored by nature and by training. A generous spirit and eloquent speaker, Tiberius was on track to meet the high standard set by his father and become the leading man of his time. To keep the family fortunes under one house, Cornelia arranged for her daughter Sempronia to marry her adopted nephew Aemilianus, even though she did not like Aemilianus personally. Cornelia found him pretentious and did not think him worthy of the honor of being head of the family. In fact, much of Cornelia's focus on her children was an effort to keep Aemilianus from outshining her jewels. She pushed her son's ambitions by reminding them that the Romans still called her the mother-in-law of Aemilianus, but not yet mother of the Gracchi. Despite all this family drama, Aemilianus was obliged to bring his teenage brother-in-law Tiberius to the siege of Carthage. In Africa, Tiberius was exposed to the basics of military life. By all accounts, he performed well as a soldier, earned the respect of the men, and even won a coveted award for being the first man over an enemy wall. When Carthage fell in 146, Tiberius Gracchus was there to watch the city burn. After Tiberius returned from North Africa, Cornelia maneuvered him into a marriage with the daughter of Appius Claudius Pulcher. Tiberius's new father-in-law came from one of the oldest patrician families in the Republic, and he had recently been named Princeps Senatus, a prestigious position that meant he was listed at the top of the senatorial roll and was allowed to speak first in any debate. But the marriage was not without complications. Claudius was a bitter opponent of Scipio Aemilianus, and Tiberius was now caught in the middle of their rivalry. But that said, by his early 20s, Tiberius was positioned to achieve a preeminence that might even surpass his father. He was well-educated, well-connected, and already recognized as a man with, quote, great force of character, eloquence, and dignity. But unlike most Romans, Tiberius would not win fame on the battlefield fighting a foreign enemy. Instead, he would win fame in the forum, combating the domestic threat of skyrocketing economic inequality. After the Second Punic War ended in 202 BC, the economy of Italy endured a massive upheaval. The legions that conquered Spain, Greece, and North Africa returned home with riches on an unprecedented scale. A proconsul returned from a campaign in the east bearing 137,420 pounds of raw silver, 600,000 silver pieces, and 140,000 gold pieces. Tiberius's own father returned from a campaign in Spain with 40,000 pounds of raw silver. This was an insane load of treasure that would have been unimaginable to the frugal and austere Romans of the early Republic. But by the middle of the 2nd century BC, Rome was rolling in the Mediterranean's dough. The newly enriched Romans spent their money on a variety of luxuries: fine carpets, ornate silverware, embellished furniture, and jewelry made of gold, silver, and ivory. The effects of this influx of wealth began to concern some alert senators. As early as 195, Cato the Elder warned his colleagues, quote, "We have crossed into Greece and Asia, places filled with all the allurements of vice, and we are handling the treasures of kings. I fear that these things will capture us rather than we them." Every few years, the Senate would attempt to rein in ostentatious displays of wealth, but the resulting limitations inevitably went unheeded and unenforced. Quote, "By fatal coincidence, the Roman people, at the same moment, both acquired a taste for vice and obtained a license for gratifying it." But this story of fabulous riches leading to moral decay only affected the small group of noble families who controlled the spoils of war. For the majority of Roman citizens, the conquest of the Mediterranean meant privation, not prosperity. In the early days of the Republic, service in the legions did not interfere with a citizen's ability to maintain his property. Wars were always fought close to home and in rhythm with the agricultural seasons. But when the Punic War spread the legions across the Mediterranean, citizens were conscripted to fight in campaigns that dragged on for years, 1,000 miles from home. Thanks to these endless wars, lower-class families were, quote, burdened with military service and poverty, and their property would fall into a state of terminal neglect. Upon returning home, a discharged soldier was likely to find the time, effort, and resources required to restore his land to its former productivity beyond his means. Wealthy noble families exacerbated the sharpening divide between rich and poor. As they looked to invest their newly acquired riches, they found thousands of dilapidated plots just waiting to be scooped up. Sometimes destitute families sold willingly, happy to get something for property they could no longer afford to work for themselves, but holdouts were often bullied into quitting their land. As these newly acquired small plots combined into larger estates, the Roman agricultural landscape began to transform from small independent farms to large commercial operations dominated by a few families. The plight of the dispossessed citizens might not have been so dire had they been allowed to transition into the labor force of the commercial estates. But the continuous run of successful foreign wars brought slaves flooding into Italy by the hundreds of thousands. The same wealthy nobles who bought up all the land also bought slaves to work their growing estates. The demand for free labor plummeted just as Roman families were being pushed off their land. As the historian Diodorus observed, quote, "Thus a few men became extremely rich, while the rest of the population of Italy grew weak under the oppressive weight of poverty, taxes, and military service." Tiberius first confronted the new economic realities early in life. According to a pamphlet written later by his brother, quote, Tiberius was passing through Tuscany and observed the dearth of inhabitants in the country, and that those who tilled its soil or tended its flocks were barbarian slaves. According to Gaius, this was the moment Tiberius first seriously confronted the need for economic and social reform. This apocryphal story is no doubt a fine piece of exaggerated propaganda, but it captures the essential dislocation of the poor families from their traditional way of life. Some of those dislocated citizens migrated to the cities in search of wage labor, only to find that slaves monopolized work in the cities too. So most remained in their rural homelands, forming a new class of landless peasants who would continue to work their land as mere tenants and sharecroppers rather than owners. Their new landlords loved the arrangement. Tenant farmers could be used to produce low-margin cereals, which would allow landlords to save their slaves for more lucrative crops like olives and grapes. Politically minded landlords had an added incentive to promote tenancy. These peasants remained political clients whose votes could be counted on in the assembly. This new breed of poor tenant farmers would be tied to their landlords forever, unless someone came along and offered them a way out. Exacerbating this economic and social dislocation was the Spanish quagmire the Romans had gotten themselves stuck in. When Carthage and Corinth fell in 146, Roman power seemed invincible, but Roman commanders in Spain had indulged in greedy atrocities that continued to provoke stiff resistance from the Spanish natives, so each year the Senate was obliged to raise new recruits and ship them off to the Iberian Peninsula to serve on campaigns of undefined length against an enemy who specialized in demoralizing skirmishes. As a reward for their service, these conscripts would come home to find their farms ruined. While the unpopularity of the Spanish Wars grew, potential conscripts began to defy the consuls. With no other recourse, they once again turned to the tribunes for protection. The tribunes were the ancient guardians of the plebs, but over the past century they had been co-opted by the Senate. With citizens once again suffering under the arbitrary whims of the nobility, the tribunes returned to their sacred mandate of protecting the people from abuse. In both 151 and 138, aggressive conscription by the consuls climaxed with the tribunes placing the consuls under arrest until they backed off. The tribunes had every right to throw the consuls in jail, but it was still a shocking challenge to noble authority. The Senate attempted to mollify potential conscripts by making life in the army a little less harsh. They capped service at 6 years and gave soldiers the right to appeal punishments handed down by their officers. But ultimately, this did little to improve the morale of the legionaries in Spain. In 140, veterans who had served 6 years were mustered out and replaced by raw recruits. These soldiers were, quote, exposed to severe cold without shelter, and, unaccustomed to the water and climate of the country, fell sick with dysentery, and many died. Not exactly something you can put on a recruitment poster. As the tribunes watched their constituents driven off the land or hauled off to fight in the quagmire in Spain, they took their first steps towards curbing the power of the nobles. For the entire history of the Republic, citizens had declared their vote out loud, making it easy for powerful patrons to ensure clients voted the way that they had been ordered to. In 139, a tribune defiantly passed a law requiring secret ballots for elections. 2 years later, the secret ballot was extended to judicial assemblies. It would take time for the effects of these reforms to be felt, but the introduction of the secret ballot would prove a hammer blow to the foundations of the senatorial oligarchy. Surveying the state of Italy in the 130s, some among the nobility could see that there was a greater problem. Conscripts still had to meet a minimum property requirement to be enrolled, but with the rich pushing the poor off the land, fewer citizens could meet the minimum requirement to be drafted. The Romans had faced crises like this in the past and responded by lowering the property requirements to bring more men under arms, but by the mid-2nd century, many citizens could not even meet minimal standards of service. The consuls were forced to rely on an ever-shrinking pool of men to fight wars and garrison the provinces. With all these social and economic problems swirling, Tiberius Gracchus was elected quaestor for 137. This was supposed to be the routine first step on his ascent up the cursus honorum, but instead it nearly ended Tiberius's public career before that career even began. Attached to the command of consul Gaius Hostilius Mancinus, Tiberius landed in Spain in the spring of 137 to continue the war against the Numantines, a Celtiberian tribe who had managed to resist all Roman attempts at pacification. Upon arrival, Tiberius found himself caught up in one of the most embarrassing defeats the legions ever suffered. The consul Mancinus was far more a scholar than a soldier, and the experienced Numantine guerrillas ran circles around his clumsy maneuvers. After a series of poorly executed skirmishes, Mancinus attempted a strategic retreat under cover of darkness, but discovered as the sun rose that his army was surrounded. Having fallen prey to Roman treachery in the past, the Numantine leaders demanded that young Tiberius Gracchus be sent forward to negotiate. While serving in Spain a generation earlier, Tiberius's father had brokered an equitable peace treaty with the Numantines, and they remembered the name Gracchi and trusted the son to play as fair as his father. On his first campaign, and with as many as 30,000 lives on the line, Tiberius negotiated a treaty that allowed the legion safe passage out of the region in exchange for a pledge of future peace. Though there was little else Tiberius could have done under the circumstances, when Rome heard about the surrender, senators tripped over themselves, bewailing the humiliating terms. The Senate recalled Mancinus and his senior staff to Rome to explain their cowardly capitulation. Though the embarrassed Mancinus attempted to justify his conduct, the Senate brutally smacked him down. They stripped Mancinus of his consulship and ordered him deposited at the gates of Numantia in chains to signal Rome's rejection of the treaty. The Numantines responded by sending Mancinus back to Rome with a message that, quote, "A national breach of faith should not be atoned for by the blood of one man." Tiberius and his fellow junior officers escaped official censure for their role in the scandal, but that did not spare them a severe tongue-lashing. Tiberius cannot have expected to return home to a hero's welcome, but the intensity of the invective the Senate laid on him seemed disproportionate to his crime. All he had done was save tens of thousands of men from certain death. Did the Senate really expect him to choose voluntary mass suicide? But in contrast to the self-righteous fury of the old men in the Senate, when Tiberius emerged from the Senate House, he was greeted by cheers from the families of the men he had saved. While Tiberius licked his political wounds, the road to redemption was already being paved by a group of senators intent on rebuilding the population of small citizen farmers. These reformist senators were crafting a novel piece of legislation called the Lex Agraria that would hopefully reverse the decades-long trend of growing economic inequality. They believed they had hit upon an ingenious method of redistributing land from rich to poor without running afoul of the ironclad private property rights that defined Roman law. They would focus exclusively on ager publicus, illegally occupied by wealthy squatters. As you might have guessed from squinting at the Latin, ager publicus was publicly owned land. As the Romans conquered Italy, they typically confiscated a third of a defeated enemy's territory and turned it into state-owned ager publicus. In the early days of the Republic, this public land was converted into a Roman colony, but by Tiberius's day, it was usually leased to individual renters who would work the land in exchange for a portion of the produce. To prevent rich families from monopolizing the state lands, the assembly passed a law that no family was allowed to lease more than 500 jugera, about 300 acres, of public land. But this prohibition was mostly ignored. The magistrates tasked with enforcing the limits were themselves wealthy landowners occupying excessive public land, so everyone colluded to get away with it together. The legal rationale of the Lex Agraria was simple. The 500 jugera prohibition would be strictly enforced. Anyone caught occupying ager publicus over the legal limit would be forced to relinquish the excess back to the state. The excess could then be divided up into small, manageable plots and redistributed to landless citizens. Since the whole point of the reform was to rebuild the class of smallholders, the bill stipulated that the newly created plots could not be broken up and sold. The authors of the Lex Agraria did not want to hand a plot of land to a poor man just so he could turn around and sell it back to a rich man. Somewhat counterintuitively, the senators crafting this piece of radical reform legislation were not backbench agitators, but rather some of the most powerful men in Rome. The group was led by Tiberius's father-in-law, Appius Claudius Pulcher, who was princeps senatus. Joining him were a prominent pair of brothers, the wealthy jurist and scholar Publius Licinius Crassus Mucianus, and Publius Mucius Scaevola, one of the most respected legal theorists of his generation. There were other prominent senators and rising young nobles surrounding Claudius's group of reformers. Among them was Tiberius Gracchus. For historians, one of the most controversial aspects of the Lex Agraria is whether the authors intended only Roman citizens to qualify for allotments, or whether the non-citizen Italian allies also qualified. The Italians provided much of the manpower for the legions, and Tiberius himself was personally anxious about their plight, quote, lamenting that a people so valiant in war, and related in blood to the Romans, were decimated little by little into poverty and paucity of numbers without any hope of remedy. But whatever the original intent, there is no evidence the Italians were ultimately included in the redistribution program. It seems an obscure point, but the fight over the Lex Agraria was an early test of Roman willingness to treat the Italians as equals. It was a test they failed. Historians also still argue about the motivations of the authors of the bill. Maybe they were acting on high-minded principle and simply wanted to restore the citizen farmer and rebuild the manpower reserves of the legions. But it could also be that the law was cynically designed to add thousands of new clients to the political networks of its authors. Traditionally, the man tasked with distributing land absorbed the families that benefited onto his client rolls. And it is here that we might also detect the source of the intransigent opposition to the bill. Because what the Lex Agraria proposed to do was take all the miserable tenants attached by default to their landlords and transfer their political allegiance to the Claudian faction, an intolerable shift of senatorial power. A piece of legislation this controversial and far-reaching was not drafted on a whim. Claudius, Scaevola, and Mucianus would have spent years carefully picking through Roman law, laying out how the survey process would work and who would arbitrate contested claims. But once the law was written, they simply had to wait for the right time and the right person to introduce the bill. And for that, Claudius had his eye on his talented son-in-law Tiberius, who was now trying to recover from the shame of the Numantine affair. While the authors of the Lex Agraria waited for the right time to introduce their bill, the unpopular war in Spain continued. After the Senate rejected Tiberius's treaty, 2 more years of inconclusive fighting followed. More men dead, more farms ruined, more families dislocated, all for no discernible gain or purpose. The people of Rome were getting fed up. So just as they had done during the war against Carthage, they turned to Scipio Aemilianus to end the war once and for all. But they faced a similar problem they had faced back then. Aemilianus was technically prohibited from running. During the Carthaginian War 15 years earlier, the problem was that he was too young. Now the problem was that a law had been passed barring a man from serving more than one consulship in his career. But just as the assembly had voted an exemption that allowed Aemilianus to stand for the consulship of 147, they exempted Aemilianus from the prohibition of multiple consulships. He was duly elected for the consulship of 134. With his ability to secure special treatment from the assembly, the career of Aemilianus became a prototype for ambitious politicians in the years to come. Aemilianus showed how easy it was to manipulate the mob to serve personal ambition, inducing them to suspend inconvenient rules. But that was not the only dangerous example Aemilianus set. During the campaign for the consulship of 134, he promised to raise new recruits from his own extensive client network. The Scipione were a major center of political gravity in Rome, and many friends and allies readily agreed to accompany Aemilianus to Spain, among them Tiberius's younger brother Gaius. Raising a personal legion of 4,000 men, Aemilianus was able to depart for Spain without the need for forced conscription. This was, for the moment, a welcome answer to an emergency situation, but it also set the precedent of a powerful noble raising a personal army from his own client network, an army whose loyalty to the powerful noble might outweigh their loyalty to the Senate and people of Rome. From the perspective of Claudius, though, all Aemilianus's departure from Spain meant was that a formidable political opponent would now be absent from Rome for at least a year. With his biggest rival out of the way, Claudius wasted no time dispatching his son-in-law Tiberius Gracchus to ram through the Lex Agraria before anyone could stop it. Within months of Aemilianus's departure for Spain, Tiberius Gracchus stood for the tribunate. The office was slightly beneath his standing, and had the Numantine affair not darkened his prospects, it is likely Tiberius would have moved right onto an aedileship to set up his inevitable runs for praetor and consul. But given that he had to overcome the shame of the debacle in Spain, he could use his year as tribune to boldly vault back to the forefront of Roman politics. Before Tiberius took office, the Claudian reformers floated the contents of the Lex Agraria to their senatorial colleagues, but met with incredulous resistance. After occupying the Ager Publicus for many years, these wealthy landowners had come to regard the public land as their personal property. They had invested in it, improved it, used it as collateral for loans, given it away as dowries, and bequeathed it to their heirs. The authors of the bill wrote a number of concessions to lessen opposition, offering compensation for the Ager Publicus seized, giving clear title to the 500 jugera that remained, making allowances for larger families to hold more land. But even with these concessions, a large faction in the Senate planned to resist the bill no matter what. To have their land confiscated and handed over to the shiftless rabble was simply out of the question. With the majority of the Senate hostile, the Claudians elected to break with Mos Maiorum and have Tiberius present the bill directly to the assembly without giving the Senate a chance to register their opinion. There was no law stating that a bill must be presented to the Senate before it was introduced in the assembly. It was simply the way things had always been done. Tiberius's provocative gambit set everyone on edge. Shortly after taking office in December 134, Tiberius appeared before the assembly and announced his intention to pass a law redistributing Ager Publicus from the rich to the poor. According to Roman law, after a bill was introduced, 3 market days had to pass before it could be voted on. With market days occurring about once a week, the interval between the introduction and the vote could be anywhere from 18 to 24 calendar days. This delay allowed time for voters to make their way to Rome for the vote. Since Tiberius was tapping into real resentment, dispossessed citizens flooded into Rome over the next 3 weeks, quote, like rivers flowing into an all-receptive ocean. Even non-voting Italians came in to support the bill. Though they could not vote, they could still register their physical and psychological support for land redistribution. During these weeks, Tiberius regularly addressed the citizens in the forum to harness and solidify their energy. He planned to have a large and eager majority in the assembly when it came time to vote. After 3 market days had passed, Tiberius convened the assembly on the Capitoline Hill to consider the Lex Agraria. The space would have been packed with voters, giving the area in front of the Temple of Jupiter, quote, the appearance of stormy waves on the sea. Before the official presentation, Tiberius defended the Lex Agraria with the speech of his life. The Gracchi had been trained by the best orators in the Mediterranean, and Tiberius perfected an irresistibly calm and dignified presence on stage. He did not pace the rostra or beat his chest. He stood perfectly still and allowed the inherent force of his argument to hold the audience's rapt attention. According to Plutarch, Tiberius composed himself in the center of the rostra and delivered an impassioned defense of the common citizens of Rome. Quote, the wild beasts that roam over Italy have every one of them a cave or lair to work in, he said. While, quote, the men who fight and die for Italy enjoy the common air and light, but nothing else. Houseless and homeless, they wander about with their wives and children. Invoking the imagery of an Italian population dislocated by war and poverty, he said, quote, it is with lying lips that their commanders exhort the soldiers in their battles to protect sepulchres and shrines from the enemy, but they fight and die to support others in wealth and luxury. These ruinous wars had led to an unacceptable irony for the average Roman. Quote, though they are styled masters of the world, they have not a single clod of earth that is their own. After bringing the assembly to tears, Tiberius requested the clerk read the bill in preparation for the vote that he would surely win. But as it turned out, senatorial opponents of the Lex Agraria had themselves been busy over the last 3 weeks. Knowing they would lose the vote, they had recruited Marcus Octavius, one of Tiberius's fellow tribunes, to prevent the vote from even taking place. One of the most powerful weapons a tribune wielded was the veto, which meant I forbid. A tribune could veto anything, at any time, for any reason, and not even another tribune could overturn it. So when the clerk rose to formally read the Lex Agraria, Marcus Octavius stepped forward and vetoed the reading of the bill. Everything stopped. The vote could not take place until the clerk read the bill. So as long as Octavius maintained his veto, the bill could not be read, and the vote could not take place. With the proceedings ground to a halt, Tiberius adjourned the assembly for the day. After failing to avoid senatorial opposition with a generous bill, Tiberius and his Claudian backers decided the best play was to rally his popular base by making villains of the rich. Tiberius stripped out the friendly concessions before the next vote, so that the Lex Agraria would be, quote, more agreeable to the multitude and more severe against the wrongdoers. With luck, pressure from the populace would force Octavius to give up his veto and allow the bill to come to a vote they would most surely win. In between sessions of the assembly, Tiberius and Octavius came every day to the forum to debate the merits of the Lex Agraria. The forum is not a large area, and like the stages at a music festival, there were few rostras available for speech-making, and their audiences often overlapped. In such close quarters, Tiberius and Octavius often engaged each other directly in debate. As Tiberius grew more and more exasperated, he promised to purchase all the Augur Publicus Octavius owned at a fair price, if Octavius would drop his opposition to the bill, hinting that Octavius's opposition was rooted in crass self-interest rather than high-minded public spirit. But Octavius refused to give up. With traditional debate and persuasion failing to break the deadlock, Tiberius turned to radical action. Tiberius promised he would veto every piece of public business until Octavius relented. Then he marched up to the Temple of Saturn and locked the state treasury with his personal seal so that, quote, none of the usual business was carried out in an orderly way. The magistrates could not perform their accustomed duties, courts came to a stop, no contract was entered into, and other sorts of confusion and disorder were rife everywhere. Tiberius then ratcheted up the dramatic atmosphere further. Alluding to reports that his enemies planned to assassinate him, he now carried a concealed short sword in his cloak and surrounded himself at all times with thousands of dedicated followers. But when the assembly once again convened to consider the Lex Agraria, Octavius remained intractable. He vetoed the reading of the bill again, and the session descended into a fiery storm of mutual denunciations. 2 senators then stepped forward and asked the deadlocked tribunes to put the matter before the Senate. Tiberius still had some hope the Senate might help broker a deal. There was no question that if the Lex Agraria came to a vote, it would pass by an overwhelming margin. When past tribunes had levied vetoes against popular bills, they withdrew it after expressing their symbolic disapproval. But no one had ever permanently defied the people's will. By the traditional force of Mos Maiorum, Octavius should have allowed the vote on the Lex Agraria to proceed. Never before had a tribune so obstinately blocked the clear will of the people. Surely the Senate would induce Octavius to withdraw his opposition. But rather than mediating a fair compromise, the assembled senators took the opportunity to heap abuse on Tiberius, just as they had after the Numantine affair. There is no record of who said what, but Appian reports that Tiberius was, quote, upbraided by the rich. Not only did they fail to pressure Octavius into accepting a compromise, they actively joined in the attacks on Tiberius. Senators opposed to the Lex Agraria no doubt railed against the contents of the bill, Tiberius's political tactics, and probably his personal character. The meeting ended with no resolution to the dilemma, and Tiberius himself angrier than ever. Unable to make headway by traditional measures, Tiberius introduced an unprecedented bill at the next scheduled assembly. Arguing that a tribune who defied the will of the people was no tribune at all, Tiberius moved that the assembly depose Octavius from office. There was no law that said a tribune could not be deposed from office, but the proposal broke with all Mos Maiorum. No tribune had ever induced the assembly to depose a colleague. It was unheard of. But Tiberius had once again packed the assembly with his supporters, who now ominously surrounded the rostra and dared anyone to stand in their leader's way. Not wishing to spark a riot, Octavius settled on principled martyrdom rather than suicidal intransigence, and did not veto the deposition bill. The assembly was free to depose him if they wished, and Tiberius called on the voters to prepare to vote. For the purposes of voting, the Romans were divided into 35 tribes that would each receive one collective vote. Individual members of a tribe would file through the voting stalls and deposit their ballot in an urn. When they were finished, the ballots would be tallied, with the majority opinion determining the single collective vote of the whole tribe. Then the process would repeat for the next tribe until a majority of tribes was reached. When the first tribe completed their balloting, the herald announced the result: 1 vote to depose. Since Tiberius understood that he was suborning an unprecedented attack on a fellow tribune, he halted the proceedings after this first vote and begged Octavius to withdraw his veto. But Octavius refused. The next 16 tribes deposited their ballots, and every single one voted in favor of deposition. On the brink of victory, Tiberius again halted the proceedings and gave Octavius one last chance to stand down. Octavius again refused. The 18th tribe then cast their ballots. When they were done, the herald announced that a majority had been reached. Octavius was deposed from office. Stripped of his tribunate, Octavius no longer enjoyed the protections of his office and found himself menaced by the looming mob. He was only able to escape thanks to a group of friends who pushed their way through the crowd and escorted Octavius out of the assembly. The deposition of Octavius was a decisive turning point in the battle over the Lex Agraria. Until Tiberius took this fateful step, he still enjoyed a great deal of support from his fellow tribunes and senatorial backers. But this reckless assault on a fellow tribune made Tiberius toxic to the naturally conservative elite. His father-in-law Claudius stuck with him, but many others who had supported the reform in theory were happy to lay the bill aside in the face of relentless opposition, let things cool off, and then try again a year or two later. But Tiberius could not afford to lose. His future career depended on passing the Lex Agraria, so he was willing to go to any lengths to push it through. And for the moment, it had worked. Tiberius Gracchus won the battle. With Octavius out of the way, the assembly overwhelmingly passed the Lex Agraria. The controversial land bill was now law. The Lex Agraria called for a panel of 3 commissioners to survey the Ager Publicus, determine ownership, and parcel out land. To make sure the job was done properly, and to monopolize political credit for the distribution of land, Tiberius induced the assembly to elect Tiberius himself, his father-in-law Claudius, and his 21-year-old brother Gaius to serve as the first 3 land commissioners. So far, so good. But Tiberius soon learned that passing the law and enforcing its provisions were 2 very different things. Unable to prevent the bill from becoming law, conservatives in the Senate hit back with their own bag of tricks. This opposition was now led by the Pontifex Maximus, Publius Scipio Nasica, who hailed from a more conservative branch of the Scipione clan. Nasica personally possessed far more than 500 ugera of Ager Publicus, so he engineered an insulting blow to the new land commission. It was the Senate's responsibility to appropriate funds to pay for the men and material necessary to complete the surveying work, which required a small army of secretaries, clerks, surveyors, architects, carts, and mules. At Nasica's urging, the Senate voted a pittance to cover merely the daily expenses of the commissioners themselves. This calculated stinginess left Tiberius the captain of a boat with no oars. It was infuriating, but there was nothing he could do about it. Shortly after being dealt this blow, one of Tiberius's closest supporters suddenly died, and foul play was suspected. The increasingly paranoid Tiberius already kept his family surrounded by an informal group of friends and clients who acted as a permanent bodyguard, and this protection now seemed more necessary than ever. Whether he was just playing to the crowd or genuinely afraid for his life, Tiberius donned mourning garb and brought his children to the assembly where he, quote, begged the people to care for them and their mother, saying that he despaired of his own life. But then fate intervened to alter the course of Roman history. And as will so often be the case, domestic Roman politics were shaped by events far beyond the shores of Italy. In this case, the far-off event was the death of King Attalus III of Pergamum. Pergamum was a Greek kingdom occupying what is today the Aegean coast of Turkey, and had been allies of Rome for close to a century. Since King Attalus III had no sons and believed his death would lead to a bitter power struggle among his potential heirs, he willed his entire kingdom and royal treasury to the people of Rome. Rome learned about Attalus' death shortly after the passage of the Lex Agraria, and Tiberius himself was among the first to be told of the terms of the will. Tiberius' father had once served on a senatorial embassy that confirmed the alliance between Rome and Pergamum, and when the envoy bearing King Attalus' will arrived in Rome, he stayed in the Gracchi home. One step ahead of his enemies, Tiberius convened the assembly and announced that because Attalus' will said, quote, "Let the Roman people be heir to my estate," that both the disposal of the royal treasury and subsequent administration of the new province would be handled by the assembly. Then Tiberius announced that a portion of King Attalus' royal treasury would be used to fund the work of the land commission and even provide startup capital for the new owners. This bold gambit sent conservatives in the Senate through the roof. By every right of custom, the Senate enjoyed full discretion over both state finances and foreign policy. Polybius, a close student of the Republican Constitution, said the Senate, quote, "has the control of the treasury, all revenue and expenditure being regulated by it," and, quote, "it also occupies itself with the dispatch of all embassies sent to countries outside of Italy for the purpose of settling differences. The people," he said, quote, "have nothing to do with it." By laying claim to Pergamum, Tiberius was attempting to wrestle both away at the same time. The Senate met in a furious session to denounce Tiberius as a reckless demagogue aiming to make himself a tyrannical despot. Soon after, either to retain the legal immunity his office provided, or to protect the integrity of the land commission, or both, Tiberius made another shocking announcement. He was going to run for re-election. No law forbade a tribune from serving consecutive terms, but the overwhelming force of Mos Maiorum made his bid unprecedented. To his political enemies, this was ironclad proof that Tiberius planned to make himself a tyrant. If he controlled the state finances, distribution of property, foreign policy, and claimed the right to permanent re-election, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus would be the king of Rome in all but name. Unfortunately for Tiberius, his political strength was at an all-time low as the summer elections approached in 133. During the battles over the Lex Agraria, he had been able to count on a solid block of rural voters to stand with him. Perhaps it was because harvest was then in full swing that Tiberius had difficulty remobilizing his supporters for another contentious vote. Just as likely, however, is that conservatives now decided that Tiberius must be denied re-election at all cost. If they let it be known that they no longer opposed the Lex Agraria, and land redistribution would go forward whether Tiberius was tribune or not, the urgency of the coming election would be undercut, and many voters would stay home. Without his usual base of supporters, Tiberius turned to the urban population for the votes he needed. Land redistribution had never been of much interest to the urban plebs, so Tiberius broadened his platform to include further limits on military service, the right to appeal the verdicts of judges, and barring senators from serving on juries. This last drew one of the great political battle lines of the late Republic, though for the moment it was an empty suggestion not yet acted upon. Ever dramatic, Tiberius donned black mourning clothes in the lead-up to the election, and again went round with his children securing pledges from his supporters to protect them if something were to happen. The night before the final election, Tiberius slept surrounded by armed bodyguards. Early the next morning, Tiberius' supporters packed the area near the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill to ensure they controlled the voting space. Accompanied by bodyguards, Tiberius himself arrived and was greeted by cheers and applause from the crowd. When opponents of Tiberius arrived, they found themselves unable to push through the pro-Graccan mob. Prevented from accessing the voting stalls, when the anti-Graccan voters heard the call for the tribes to begin voting, scuffles erupted on the edge of the crowd as opponents tried to push their way in. The fighting halted the voting. Meanwhile, the Senate convened for a session in the Temple of Fides, located just around the corner on the Capitoline. rumors swirled that Tiberius had deposed all the other tribunes and was preparing to assume regal powers. The consul presiding over the Senate that morning was none other than Mucius Scaevola, one of the authors of the Lex Agraria. Nasica and the hardliners in the Senate demanded Scaevola do something, but the consul replied that, quote, he would resort to no violence and would put no citizen to death without a trial. If, however, the people, under persuasion or compulsion from Tiberius, should vote anything that was unlawful, he would not regard this vote as binding. This was not good enough for the incensed Nasica, who rose in response and said, quote, let those who would save our country follow me. Nasica then donned the formal attire of the Pontifex Maximus and put himself at the head of a mob of like-minded senators and clients. Together, they marched to the Temple of Jupiter. As weapons were not permitted to be carried inside the Pomerium, the sacred city limits, Nasica and his followers armed themselves mostly with table legs and other bludgeons. Though the coming attack was not premeditated, it was clear they were willing to use force to beat back the mob trying to make Tiberius Gracchus king of Rome. Meanwhile, up on the rostra, Tiberius was warned about the approaching mob. Tiberius's men turned and readied for battle, but hesitated when they saw the mob included senators and was led by the Pontifex Maximus himself. Though the Gracchans started to give way, Nasica's men aggressively pushed and beat the crowd anyway. Once the shoving and hitting began, Tiberius's supporters naturally fought back, leading to a line of clashes throughout the assembly. The casualties in the resulting melee were entirely one-sided. Tiberius's people were unarmed and made easy targets for Nasica's gang. Trapped in the confined space in front of the Temple of Jupiter, many were trampled underfoot or fell to their deaths off the steep cliffs of the Capitoline. When the dust cleared, 300 people lay dead. The principal target of the attack was, of course, Tiberius himself, and it didn't take long for the reactionary senators to locate their prey. Near the entrance of the Temple of Jupiter, Tiberius tripped over the body of a man who had already fallen, and before he could get up, he was set upon by a fellow tribune and a senator. Though he was a tribune and allegedly sacrosanct, these two men proceeded to beat Tiberius Gracchus to death with the legs of a bench. As the historian Appian records, quote, so perished on the Capitol, and while still tribune, Gracchus, the son of that Gracchus who was twice consul, and of Cornelia, daughter of that Scipio who robbed Carthage of her supremacy. He lost his life in consequence of a most excellent design too violently pursued, and this abominable crime, the first that was perpetrated in the public assembly, was seldom without parallels thereafter, from time to time. It was one of the bloodiest days in Roman political history, though Plutarch overstates things when he says, quote, this is said to have been the first sedition at Rome since the abolition of royal power to end in bloodshed and the death of citizens. But at least in living memory, Roman politics had always been waged without resorting to violence. Now, hundreds of citizens lay dead on the Capitoline Hill. Whatever one felt about Tiberius Gracchus and his Lex Agraria, it must have been a shocking sight. The principal cause of the crisis of 133 was a dangerous game of mutual brinksmanship. Tiberius had bypassed the Senate, so Octavius vetoed the reading of the bill, so Tiberius shut down all public business. When Octavius remained intractable, Tiberius deposed him from office, so the Senate denied the Land Commission money to operate, so Tiberius seized on the bequeath from Pergamum and then ran for re-election. All of this culminated with Nasica leading an armed mob to kill 300 people. In just a few short months, a simple land redistribution bill had escalated to violent massacre. The Senate made no apologies for the attack. Tiberius and his dead supporters were denied traditional funeral arrangements and dumped en masse into the Tiber. This was, in itself, a shocking affront to tradition. The Gracchi were still a powerful noble family. Denying their son a proper burial was fraught with religious and social implications. But the story was now that Tiberius had been trying to make himself king, the most taboo of political offices. And the Senate determined that they could not afford a funeral becoming a venue for renewing violent revolution. With all the taboos of Mos Maiorum now breaking down left and right, quote, This was the beginning in Rome of civil bloodshed and of the license of the sword. The definitive triumph of force was a lesson no one could unlearn. As the ancient Greek historian Velleius Paterculus later observed, quote, "Precedents do not stop where they begin, but, however narrow the path upon which they enter, they create for themselves a highway whereon they may wander with the utmost latitude. No one thinks a course is base for himself, which has proven profitable to others." Okay, so that's the end of Chapter 1. Then you would turn the page and go on to Chapter 2, The Stepchildren of Rome. It's pretty good so far. You're hooked, right? Well, if you are, and would like to follow that new highway whereupon men like Gaius Gracchus, Gaius Marius, and Lucius Cornelius Sulla wandered with the utmost latitude, go to revolutionspodcast.com or the revamped historyofrome.com and find details about how to pre-order. Recording and sharing this chapter with you all has been a wonderful way to celebrate my 10th anniversary, back among old friends, back where it all started. Thanks to Public Affairs and Hachette for their amazing support, and hopefully when this book comes out it will be a success and keep me on track for 10 more years of podcasts and books and whatever other new and interesting opportunities come along. A few have popped up, some of them are very interesting, and I think you will enjoy them all.